Get comfortable. Take a slow breath. You don't need to think about anything right now. No decisions, no tasks waiting. Just the quiet and the soft hum of a world we're going to explore together. A world that never quite was, and yet somehow feels like it always existed just on the other side of a dream. The world of Fallout, 200 years after everything ended. Vaults sealed and then cracked open. Deserts that glow at night. Cities rebuilt from scrap and memory. Radios still playing songs from before the end. There's something deeply calming about this universe, once you settle into it. Not because it's peaceful, it isn't, but because it is so thoroughly imagined, so layered with history and small human moments, that you can sink into it like you sink into a warm room after a long walk in the cold. Every terminal entry is someone's last thought. Every faded billboard is evidence of a world that believed in itself, right up until it didn't. So let's go there, slowly, gently, through the whole vast sweep of it, from the very first divergence of this alternate history, all the way through to the wastelands and the people and the things that are barely people anymore who are trying to figure out what comes next. We have all the time in the world tonight. Part 1. The World Before the Fire, Pre-War America and the Road to Ruin. To understand everything that Fallout is, you first have to understand what it was supposed to be before it became what it is. And that means going back. Not to 2077, when the last missiles flew. Not even to the resource wars, when everything truly began to fracture. You have to go back further than that, to the end of the Second World War, to a road not taken, to a moment when the whole shape of the future bent in a different direction. Our world and the world of Fallout shared the same morning, once. The same war-scarred 1940s, the same rubble-strewn Europe, the same Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the same slow exhale of relief as the fighting stopped. But somewhere in that quiet, something diverged. A fork in the road that nobody noticed at the time. The world of Fallout went one way, and our world went another. In our version of history, the 1950s gave way to the 60s, then the 70s. Transistors replaced vacuum tubes. Personal computers arrived. The internet changed everything. Culture shifted and cracked and reformed itself every decade or so, because that's what culture does. Progress happened in waves, messy and contradictory and real. In Fallout's world, none of that happened. Not quite. The transistor was never developed, or if it was, it never caught on in the same way. Instead, the atomic age became the atomic era, and it just kept going. Vacuum tubes stayed enormous and warm and humming. Computers took up entire rooms. Technology advanced. Oh, it advanced enormously. Plasma weapons and fusion cells and robots that could hold a conversation, but it advanced along a particular groove, a particular aesthetic, a particular philosophy. The future they got looked exactly like what the people of the 1950s imagined when they closed their eyes and dreamed of tomorrow. All chrome and optimism and danger. The cars floated on nuclear-powered engines. The robots were bulky and cheerful, with round glass eyes and tinny voices that said things like, "Greetings, citizen." The advertisements glowed with a particular kind of naive confidence, smiling families, gleaming appliances, a baby blue sky above a suburb that went on forever. The aesthetic of mid-century American life baked itself into the bones of that world and never left. But here's the thing about that aesthetic. Underneath the chrome, the resource wars were beginning. By the early 21st century, oil was running low, not just running low, collapsing. The petroleum that held the global economy together was drying up faster than anyone had prepared for, and preparation in Fallout's world meant different things than it does in ours. There were no electric cars in the way we understand them. There were no solar farms scaling up to meet demand. There was just the grinding machinery of a pre-war civilization that ran on fossil fuels, looking at a world that was running out of them and doing what pre-war civilizations tend to do. They started competing, violently. The resource wars, beginning around 2052, weren't a single conflict. They were a slow catastrophe, a cascade of smaller wars that connected into each other until the whole world was humming with low-grade conflict. Europe and the Middle East first, fighting over the last of the oil fields in a series of confrontations that eventually went nuclear in 2053. Just a little nuclear tactical weapons, Not world-ending ones, but enough that the United Nations, which in Fallout's world had already been slowly dissolving, finally fell apart entirely. No more international body to mediate disputes. No more forum for diplomacy. Just nations and their armies, and the math of survival. Then, something changed that mathematics completely. China discovered fusion. Or at least, some version of it. Miniaturized fusion cells that could power everything from a flashlight to a tank. The United States had it too, roughly around the same time, and for a moment it looked like the energy crisis might resolve itself. Clean power, abundant power, power that didn't require oil at all. The world should have been saved. Instead, it became the most dangerous place in the history of human civilization. Because those fusion cells also powered weapons. The same technology that could run a city, could run a gun, a handheld plasma rifle, a suit of powered infantry combat armor, a nuclear warhead small enough to fit in a backpack. The technology of survival became the technology of destruction, and no one in power, not in Washington, not in Beijing, not anywhere, had the wisdom to stop what came next. The United States annexed Canada in 2076, not peacefully. The Canadians resisted, and the United States crushed them. If you dig through the scattered notes and terminal entries in the Fallout games, you can find the echoes of that. A freedom fighter's manifesto here, a military report on pacification operations there. The annexation is something the pre-war government barely acknowledges in its propaganda. It's just quietly absorbed, like something you'd prefer not to think about. China invaded Alaska. The Alaskan pipeline, which fed crucial energy to the continental United States, was the prize. The Chinese military crossed the Bering Land Bridge in 2066, and suddenly, the most technologically advanced country in the world found itself in a ground war in one of the most inhospitable places on Earth. The United States scrambled. The military didn't have the tools to fight a conventional war the way it needed to. Too many oil-dependent vehicles, too many logistics chains that didn't work anymore. So, they got creative. They got desperate. They commissioned a new kind of soldier. They built power armor. The T-45 came first, rushed into production by Vault-Tec in 2067. You can imagine it clearly if you've ever seen it in the game's hulking, industrial, a mechanical suit that turned a regular soldier into something between a tank and a person. The early model was crude. Welding defects in the chest plate cost lives. It was heavy, slow to repair, and the servo motors had a maddening tendency to lock up in the cold. But it was enough to stop the Chinese advance, to hold a line that would have collapsed without it. While the war ground on in Alaska, something else was happening back on the mainland, something much quieter and much worse. The United States government, which had been growing increasingly secretive and increasingly terrified, had begun to plan. Not for winning the war, for surviving the end of everything, for what came after. They had decided, and this decision lives in the darkest corner of Fallout's pre-war history, that the war was going to end with nuclear fire. Not because they wanted it to, but because they couldn't see any other way out. China was not going to surrender. America was not going to surrender. The world had run out of resources and run out of patience, and the logic of mutually assured destruction was no longer a deterrent. It was a countdown. So the most powerful people in the United States government began to build lifeboats. They commissioned a company called Vault-Tec to construct a network of underground shelters across the country. They told the public these were survival vaults, safe havens, designed to protect citizens in the event of nuclear war. They ran advertisements, cheerful things with cartoon mascots, the round-headed Vault Boy, always smiling, always giving a thumbs up. They sold the vaults with the same breathless energy as any other consumer product of that era, because in this world, everything was a product, even salvation. But behind closed doors, behind the glossy pamphlets and the Vault Boy smiles, the government and Vault-Tec had other plans entirely. The culture of this world is worth dwelling on, because it's one of the things that makes Fallout so atmospheric, so deeply lived in. The music on those old radio stations, big band swing, 1940s pop, country songs about heartache and home, was the soundtrack to a nation that was trying very hard not to look at what was coming. The advertising was relentlessly positive, almost pathologically so. The government propaganda posters showed strong-jawed soldiers and beaming housewives. There was a particular brand of soda called Nuka-Cola that seemed to be everywhere. It was invented in 2044 by a chemist named John Caleb Bradburton, who spent 2 years experimenting with 17 different fruit essences before landing on the formula that would make it the most popular soft drink in the world. By 2067, there was a vending machine selling it on almost every street in America. The Nuka-Cola Corporation had big plans. They had a theme park called Nuka World. They were developing new flavors, constantly cherry, grape, orange, a dark alcoholic version with 35% alcohol content that the label warned you not to drink while pregnant. They were deep into testing a new variant called Nuka-Cola Quantum, a blue glowing drink that used a derivative of strontium 90 to create its signature glow. At least 62 test subjects died during the development of Quantum. Their families compensated with fruit and cheese packages that contained liability waivers. The first cases of Quantum reached select East Coast markets in October 2077. The specific date of that limited release was the 23rd of October 2077, the day the bombs fell. The Nuka-Cola Corporation, which had so aggressively planned for every contingency, had not planned for that one. The Vault Boy himself has an origin story that the Amazon television series expanded into something more resonant and more dark. The games always depicted him as Vault-Tec's corporate mascot, the cheerful blonde figure in the blue and yellow jumpsuit, forever grinning, forever giving that thumbs up. There had been a fan theory for years that the thumbs up pose was a practical guide. Hold your thumb at arm's length, and if the mushroom cloud from a nuclear explosion is smaller than your thumb, you're outside the immediate kill zone. The creators of the original games said in 2013 and 2014 that this was not intentional. The thumbs up was simply meant to represent Vault Boy's relentlessly positive attitude, his everything's okay when it really isn't cheerfulness. But the television series took that folk theory and made it official lore, weaving it into the backstory of Cooper Howard, a pre-war actor and Marine veteran who was hired by Vault-Tec to model for their advertisements. In the show, Cooper teaches his daughter the thumb trick, something the Marines taught him during the Sino-American War. If the cloud is smaller than your thumb, run. If it's bigger, don't bother. By the end of the first episode, his daughter is holding up her thumb at the horizon as the mushroom clouds rise over Los Angeles. That image, a child measuring her own survival with a thumbs up, discovering that the cloud is much, much bigger than her thumb, may be the single most perfect distillation of what Fallout has always been about. The optimism and the horror, inseparable. The corporate mascot and the nuclear horror, the same gesture. The pre-war world was not a cartoonishly evil place. That's one of the subtleties that Fallout rewards when you dig into it. There were people there who loved each other, who went to work and came home and tucked their children in at night. There were scientists who genuinely believed in what they were building. There were soldiers who believed in what they were fighting for. Most people, as most people do in every era, just lived. They were just people, in a world that had already started to die. The Sino-American War stretched from 2066 all the way to the 23rd of October, 2077. More than a decade of grinding attrition. The United States eventually liberated Alaska in January of 2077, using winterized T-51 power armor in one of the most brutal cold weather campaigns in military history. That victory, the Anchorage Reclamation, was celebrated back home as proof that America could win this thing. Parades, speeches, Vault Boy on the front page of every newspaper. But the war didn't end. It just moved. The fighting continued in mainland China, in the Pacific, in a dozen skirmishes across a dozen borders. And in the background, the wheels of the Vault-Tec program kept turning. Vaults were completed. Lottery systems were organized to determine who would get a spot. The wealthier you were, the more likely you were to find a place. The poorer you were, the more likely you were to be assigned to a vault you didn't know was designed to kill you. By the fall of 2077, everyone with eyes could see that something enormous was about to happen. The radio stations still played their cheerful songs. The Nuka-Cola machines still glowed their warm red. But there was a particular quality to the air, something tight and waiting and terrible, something that couldn't be taken back. On the 23rd of October, 2077, the world found out what it was. If you're enjoying this, drop a comment below letting us know where you're watching from and what time it is where you are right now. It means a lot to hear from you. And if you haven't subscribed yet, Now would be a great moment. There is so much more to explore. Part 2. The 23rd of October, 2077. The day the world held its breath and never let it out. The Great War lasted exactly 2 hours. 2 hours. That's the staggering thing when you sit with it for a moment. The civilization that took thousands of years to build, the cities and the highways and the libraries and the song catalogs and the vending machines full of soda, all of it undone in the span of a single morning. By lunchtime, most of it was ash. Nobody knows with complete certainty who fired first. The Fallout universe keeps this deliberately vague, and there's something true about that vagueness. When nations push each other to the edge for long enough, the question of who went first stops mattering. What matters is what comes after. What came after was silence, and then the roar of air pushing outward in every direction at once, and then silence again, different this time, permanent. The nuclear exchange began in the early morning hours of October 23rd. The first warnings came through the emergency broadcast system. The familiar tone, the flat voice, the instruction to seek shelter immediately. Some people did. Most people stood and looked at the sky. There's something deeply human about that. The thing you've been dreading for years finally arriving, and you just stand there for a moment, watching it. The bombs came from multiple directions. The United States was struck by Chinese ICBMs. China was struck by American ICBMs. Europe had already destroyed itself in smaller exchanges, a generation before. The Middle East was mostly already ash. The exchange was global, thorough, and almost immediate, the compressed result of decades of tension, of resource wars and border skirmishes, and a nuclear deterrent that had stopped deterring. Populations in the cities had very little time, seconds to minutes, depending on how close they were to a target. The people who made it into shelters, natural caves, subway systems, the occasional well-built basement had a chance. The people who were in the wrong place had none. And then there were the vaults. The Vault-Tec vaults had been built at enormous expense and in great secrecy over the preceding 2 decades. 122 of them, scattered across the former United States, each one burrowed deep into bedrock, sealed by a massive gear-shaped door that could theoretically withstand a nuclear detonation. Each vault had been publicly advertised as a shelter, a place where chosen citizens could ride out the apocalypse and eventually emerge to rebuild a better world. In the minutes before the bombs fell, those vaults slammed their doors. The sound of a vault door sealing is one of the most recognizable sounds in the Fallout games. A massive mechanical clunk, followed by the deep groan of enormous gears engaging, followed by silence. Total, complete, almost peaceful silence. The outside world simply stopped. All its noise and urgency and terror cut off as cleanly as turning off a radio. Inside those vaults, life continued. Fluorescent lights humming, the overseer making announcements, dwellers settling into their bunks, unpacking their bags, trying to understand that this was it now. This was home. Above ground, the physics of nuclear war did their work. The immediate detonations killed millions. But it's the aftermath that really defines what the world of Fallout became. The nuclear exchange was so thorough that it released enough dust and debris to fundamentally alter the climate. The jet stream carried radioactive particles across the entire continent within days. Rain that fell was not clean rain. The groundwater became contaminated. The soil absorbed radiation and changed. Within weeks, the world was a different place at a cellular level. The survivors who hadn't made it to a vault but had survived the initial blasts found themselves in a landscape that was simultaneously familiar and completely alien. The roads were still there, mostly. The buildings still stood, scarred and scorched but upright. The cars, those big nuclear-powered ones with their atomic engines, were parked exactly where their owners had left them in the last second of the old world parked, or crashed, or abandoned in the middle of the road by people who'd tried to drive somewhere when there was nowhere left to drive. But everything living was changing. The insects were the first to show it. Cockroaches became bigger. Flies became bloat flies, mutated and bloated with something that wasn't quite radiation and wasn't quite disease, but was distinctly unpleasant. Plant life responded too, some of it dying outright, some of it mutating in ways that made it harder and thornier and somehow more alive, though not in any comfortable sense of the word. The landscape itself, the flat of the American West, the rolling Appalachian ridges, the New England coastline, the Nevada desert, all of it was still there. geographically unchanged, but coated in a fine gray ash that took years to settle. Skies that had been blue went a particular shade of orange-brown that became one of the signature colors of the wasteland aesthetic. The ruins of cities were extraordinary in their stillness. Washington, D.C., reduced to rubble but still recognizable, the obelisk of the Washington Monument, still standing, the half-collapsed dome of the Capitol still visible through the dust. Boston's skyline, cracked and sagging, but architectural. Los Angeles, a bowl of destruction stretching from the coast inland. People lived in these ruins, immediately. There was nowhere else. The survivors of the initial blasts had to go somewhere, and so they went to the only somewhere available, the shattered bones of the civilization that had just destroyed itself. The first communities formed within days. Not governments. Not yet there were no governments anymore. Just clusters of people who had survived near each other and had decided that surviving together was better than surviving alone. They were right about that, mostly. There is a detail in Fallout lore that is quietly devastating, and it has to do with timing. The Great War began on the 23rd of October, 2077. The vaults, designed to preserve humanity through the catastrophe, were sealed on that date. But most of the vaults were designed to stay sealed for approximately 200 years until the outside world had recovered enough to support resettlement 200 years. The people inside would carry with them the knowledge and the culture of the old world. They would have the tools to rebuild. That was the idea. The reality, as we'll explore in extraordinary detail in the next section, was something else entirely. Let your breathing deepen. The wasteland is settling into its long quiet. 200 years of slow recovery, of adaptation and mutation, and the persistent, stubborn human need to build something new. We're going to walk through all of it. Part 3. Vault-Tec and the Experiments. The greatest lie ever told underground. Here is the secret that makes Vault-Tec truly monstrous, the thing that the cheerful advertisements never mentioned and the Vault Boys' eternal thumbs up never acknowledged. The vaults were never meant to save everyone, or more precisely, most of them were never meant to save anyone at all. Not really. The 122 vaults that Vault-Tec constructed across pre-war America were only partially survival shelters. The rest, and this is documented in terminal entries and holotapes scattered across every Fallout game, pieced together by players over decades of exploration, the rest were laboratories. Giant, underground laboratories. And the people inside them were the test subjects. The official story, the one that Vault-Tec sold to both the public and to the federal government, was that the vaults were part of something called Project Safe House. The premise was straightforward. If nuclear war happened, these shelters would protect a carefully selected cross-section of the American population. They would survive, they would emerge, they would rebuild. Only 17 of the 122 vaults were designated control vaults. These 17 were built exactly as advertised, well-stocked, properly designed, equipped with everything their residents would need to survive centuries if necessary. The genuine survival shelters. The other 105 vaults had what Vault-Tec's internal documents called variables. Variables is such a clean word for what was done inside those places. The stated purpose of the variable vaults was to gather data on human behavior and survival in extreme conditions. The United States government had authorized experiments designed to answer questions that you couldn't ethically ask in peacetime. What happens when you put people under specific kinds of stress for extended periods? What happens when you remove certain resources, or introduce certain dangers, or structure society in particular ways? What do people do when they think the entire world above them is dead? The answers, delivered to whoever eventually received Vault-Tec's data transmissions, were meant to inform the reconstitution of civilization. That was the rationale, anyway. What the variable vaults actually were was a catalog of human cruelty conducted by a corporation that had the government's blessing and no one to answer to. Vault 11 is perhaps the single most morally complex vault experiment in the entire franchise, located somewhere in the Mojave region of Nevada. Its instruction was simple and terrible. Each year, the residents of the vault had to select one of their own number to be sacrificed, a human sacrifice, chosen by vote among the remaining dwellers. If they refused to sacrifice someone, they were told the vault's automated systems would execute the entire population. Think about what this does to a community over time. In the first years, they might have chosen the old, the sick. The people who volunteered, because some people will always volunteer when they believe it's the only way to save the others. Then the volunteering stopped. Then the voting became political, as voting always does. Factions formed, alliances. The vote became a weapon. People nominated their enemies, their rivals. The sacrifice became less about necessity and more about power, then more about fear. As the years went on and the population dwindled, and the society inside Vault 11 became increasingly traumatized and strange, the annual sacrifice ritual became the organizing principle of the entire community. Everything was about who would be chosen. Cliques formed around protection from the vote. Currency of various kinds emerged, all of it ultimately denominated in political favor. By the time the last 5 residents of Vault 11 were alive, those survivors had decided they would rather die together than sacrifice one more person. They refused the annual selection and prepared for the automated execution they'd been promised would follow. The execution never came. Instead, a recorded message played. A Vault-Tec message, cheerful and terrible in equal measure, congratulating the survivors for their commitment to human life and informing them that they had, at last, passed the experiment. The vault door would now open. They were free. 4 of the 5 surviving residents killed themselves. 1 walked out. The message was never about survival. Vault 11's experiment was designed to study whether human beings, under sufficient pressure, could resist the directive to harm others, whether the moral instinct survives social pressure. And the answer, delivered after decades of violence and suffering and loss, was that yes, eventually, they can. But what it cost to get to that yes, Vault 12, situated near what was once Bakersfield, California, is one of the most straightforward experiments, and also one of the most immediately lethal. The vault's massive door was built to malfunction. Not obviously, not catastrophically, but enough. Radiation leaked into the vault slowly, chronically, in doses calculated to produce a particular outcome without killing too quickly. Most of the residents died. Radiation poisoning is not a gentle way to go. But a relatively few individuals possessed, for genetic reasons that no one fully understands, a tolerance for radiation that approached the miraculous. These survivors transformed. They became the first ghouls. The city that grew from the survivors of Vault 12 was called Necropolis, the City of the Dead. The ghouls who built it were not monsters. They were people who had survived something they were never meant to survive, in a shelter that was designed to kill them, and who had built a community anyway. Vault 77 is one of the stranger entries in Vault-Tec's portfolio. One man was sealed inside with a crate of puppets, just one man and the puppets. The vault had normal resources, food, water, power, but the only company this person would ever have was the puppets. A comic strip tells what happened. The boy have gave the puppets names, had conversations with them, eventually conducted a kind of puppet theater for an audience of none. It is simultaneously funny and deeply, quietly awful in the way that only loneliness can be. Vault 81 ran an experiment that was supposed to produce a cure for all human disease. The research staff infected the residents with various diseases, hoping to use them as living test beds from which cures could be derived. Most of the experimental subjects died. A saboteur among the research staff, Dr. Olivet, redirected the research in secret to develop a single cure for the most virulent experimental disease. This act of quiet heroism saved a portion of the vault's population. Vault 92 was the music vault. All of its residents were talented musicians, gathered together with the stated purpose of preserving human musical culture. But the experiment embedded in the vault involved broadcasting white noise through the life support systems, specific noise containing subliminal triggers designed to induce violent psychotic episodes in the residents at unpredictable intervals. The musicians kept performing, kept composing, and periodically, without warning, someone would snap and the vault would fill with the sounds of a different kind of performance entirely. Then silence and recovery, and the music would start again. Vault 101, the one the player in Fallout 3 grows up in, had a deceptively simple experiment. The door was never to be opened, ever, not for any reason. The overseer was charged with enforcing this at all costs. The social effects of this on a community that believed the outside world was gone are explored in extraordinary detail in the game. The Vault had developed into a deeply dysfunctional, trauma-encoded society by the 23rd century, with an overseer who maintained control through fear and isolation, and residents who had forgotten that the outside world existed, or had been taught to fear it as the source of all contamination and death. Vault 112 was perhaps the most technologically sophisticated of the experiments. Its residents were placed in suspended animation and connected to a virtual reality simulation called Tranquility Lane that recreated a 1950s suburban neighborhood in perfect detail. The residents knew it was a simulation. They were fully conscious within it, aware that their bodies were somewhere in stasis. But they could not leave. The simulation was controlled by its creator, a scientist named Dr. Stanislaus Braun, who had trapped himself within it as well, and who, over more than 2 centuries, had exhausted his interest in virtual suburban life, and had begun using the simulation as a playground for increasingly dark entertainments. He could kill residents within the simulation and revive them. He could alter the rules, and because the residents' consciousness was trapped there with no hope of exit, they had no choice but to participate. Vault 22, filled with scientists tasked with developing agricultural techniques, sounds almost benign. For a while, it was. But the plants they engineered developed a fungal pathogen as a side effect of their modification, a spore-based organism that infected both plants and animals. By the time the vault was fully compromised, the plants were growing through everything. The infected residents had become fused with the plant network in horrible ways, and the vault had become one of the most genuinely nightmarish locations in Fallout, New Vegas. There is a theme that runs through all of these vault experiments. Each was designed by people who held enormous power over other people's lives, who had decided that the value of the data outweighed the suffering of the subjects, who had rationalized their cruelty as scientific necessity. The Vault-Tec executives who designed these experiments believed they were building a better future. What the Fallout series has always understood is that this kind of reasoning is not unique to a post-apocalyptic future. It is exactly the kind of reasoning that real institutions have used in our world to justify experiments on populations who had no power to refuse. The Vault experiments are satire and horror in equal measure, aimed at something real. The vaults eventually opened. Most of them. Some opened too soon, before the outside world was habitable, and the residents who emerged found themselves in a landscape that killed them. Some opened on schedule and found outside communities already established. Some opened late or were pried open by force from outside, and some never opened at all. Some vaults are still sealed, somewhere in the wasteland, their doors intact, their residents living or dead behind those gears, the experiment still running, or long since run down to silence. The idea of them is part of what makes the wasteland feel so alive with history. Every sealed door is a story you can only half read. Every terminal entry is a fragment of a world that ended in the dark, underground, with the lights still on. Part 4. Ghouls, the long survivors of the end of everything. Close your eyes and imagine a person who has been alive for over 200 years, not preserved in stasis, not downloaded into a computer, not frozen and thawed. Just alive, continuously, through the entire span of time, from before the bombs to whatever year the game you're playing has decided to be. They were there when the world ended. They were there the morning after. They have watched every generation of wastelanders grow up and grow old and die, and they are still here. That is what it means to be a ghoul in Fallout. The origin of ghouls is actually a matter of some debate, even among Fallout's own creators. Tim Kaine, one of the original designers of the first game, stated explicitly that ghouls are the result of radiation alone. Chris Taylor, another member of the original team, believed that the forced evolutionary virus played a role as well. Bethesda, when they took over the franchise, landed firmly on the radiation-only explanation, and that's become the canonical answer. The Great War released an extraordinary amount of radiation across the entire country. Most people who were exposed to high doses died. They died quickly, from acute radiation syndrome, the body overwhelmed by damage to its cellular structure, unable to maintain the processes of life. A small number of people did not die. These were individuals who, for reasons that even Fallout's in-universe scientists don't fully understand, possessed a genetic tolerance for radiation that went far beyond the normal human range. The radiation still damaged them. It burned their skin. It destroyed the fatty tissue under the surface, leaving the face sunken and the nose partially or fully absorbed. It caused widespread necrosis of the skin, the word ghoul, borrowed appropriately from ancient Arabian mythology. But these individuals survived. More than survived, they were transformed in ways that made them, in certain crucial respects, more durable than they had been before. They became immune to further radiation damage. Their aging process slowed to almost nothing. They developed the ability to draw sustenance from radiation itself, to use it as a kind of fuel, the way plants use sunlight. Some developed a bioluminescence, a soft, eerie green glow from the concentrated radiation in their tissues. These are the glowing ones, the most irradiated of ghouls, walking radioactive zones that other creatures learn to avoid. The trade-off was their appearance and their vulnerability to something less physical than radiation. They became susceptible, over time, and under certain conditions, to what the wasteland calls feralization. Feral ghouls are not reasoning beings. They are former people who, somewhere in the long arc of their post-war lives, lost the capacity for conscious thought. What's left is instinct and aggression, the hindbrain firing without the check of higher function. What causes feralization? Social isolation is a significant factor. Ghouls who lose their communities tend to drift toward it over time. Extreme radiation exposure can accelerate it. Mental trauma, especially the unprocessed trauma of having survived the end of the world and then watched everything built afterward fall apart, seems to play a role, but it's not deterministic. There are ghouls who have been isolated for centuries and remain entirely lucid. There are ghouls who feralized within decades, despite having stable communities. The mechanism is still mysterious, and that mystery makes ghouls all the more tragic. Because you can look at a feral ghoul shuffling through the ruins of a pre-war supermarket and know that somewhere inside that creature, there was once a person. A person who was probably someone's child, someone's parent, someone's neighbor. The feralization didn't erase that history. It just locked it away somewhere, inaccessible. The intelligent ghouls, the ones who maintain their faculties, are among the most complex figures in the Fallout games. Jason Bright in Fallout, New Vegas, a glowing one who leads a religious community of ghouls with a genuine kind of quiet dignity. Hancock, the mayor of Goodneighbor in Fallout 4, who chose to become a ghoul voluntarily, injecting himself with a ghoulification drug because he had grown disillusioned with his previous human life and wanted to experience something different. Carol, who runs a small shop in the ghoul settlement of Underworld and has been alive so long she barely remembers what she looked like before. Then there is Harold, one of the most important characters in Fallout's entire history. Harold was a pre-war human who participated in an expedition to the Mariposa military base in 2102, just 25 years after the Great War. His team was attacked by the base's automated security. He survived, barely, and his exposure to the FEV produced a mutation unlike anything else, a tree-like organism growing from his skull, which he named Bob. Harold appears in Fallout 1 and Fallout 2, always old, always gentle, always carrying his extraordinary burden with wry acceptance. By Fallout 3, set in the 23rd century, he has been living in the capital wasteland so long that a community of worshippers has formed around him. Harold, when the lone wanderer finds him, just wants to die. His story, and the choice the player has to make about it, is one of the most quietly devastating moments in the series. The ghoul in the Amazon TV series Cooper Howard, played by Walton Goggins, is perhaps the most affecting exploration of what the ghouls experience. Not just the physical change, but the psychological one. 200 years of survival changes a person at the level of their values, their relationships, their sense of who they are. Cooper Howard didn't choose to become a ghoul. He became one because of radiation exposure he didn't know he was receiving, in circumstances that the show gradually reveals. He woke up in a body he didn't recognize, in a world he'd never imagined, and had to figure out how to live there. And then he had to keep figuring it out, for decades and centuries, long after the non-ghoul survivors around him had grown old and died. The loneliness implicit in that is something the games handle with genuine sensitivity. There are ghouls in Fallout lore who remember specific things about the pre-war world that nobody else alive can remember. They're walking archives. They are, in the end, the wasteland's memory. The living connection between the world that burned and the world that emerged from the ashes. Every time a ghoul tells you something about what the old world was like, the way the supermarkets were stocked, the way the cars sounded, the way people dressed on a Tuesday in 2077, they're offering something that no book or terminal entry can quite replicate. The particular texture of lived experience, carried across 2 centuries. The wasteland owes more to the ghouls than it usually acknowledges. They were there first. They kept things running when no one else could. They built communities in the ruins before the vault dwellers came blinking out into the new world. They are the survivors of the first and worst generation, and they will likely outlast most of what has been built since. Part 5. The Forced Evolutionary Virus and the Master Humanity's Most Terrible Experiment. Somewhere in the California desert, in a world that had just ended, a man fell into a vat. This is, when you consider its consequences, one of the most significant accidents in the entire history of Fallout's universe. A single human being, tumbling through broken industrial equipment, submerged in a bubbling chemical compound that had been designed by the government, in secret, in a facility called Mariposa Military Base, to alter the fundamental nature of human biology. The man's name was Richard Gray. He had been a doctor, a scientist. A person with a specific kind of brilliant and arrogant certainty about himself and his work. He had come to Mariposa as part of an exploration team in 2102, looking for resources in the ruins of the base, and the base's automated defense systems had killed everyone else on the team. He survived, barely, and then the broken equipment had done the rest. He emerged from the vat of FEV, the Forced Evolutionary Virus, as something that was not quite human anymore. The FEV had begun as a project to develop a biological defense against viral agents being weaponized by China and the Soviet Union. The early research was genuinely humanitarian, in intent a universal antiviral, something that could protect American soldiers from biological warfare. But the virus did something unexpected. It didn't just defend against viruses. It rewrote the host's DNA, systematically, comprehensively. When the researchers understood what they had, the project changed entirely, because what the FEV could do was produce an optimized human being, stronger, faster, more resistant to disease and radiation and damage. The perfect soldier. The biological equivalent of power armor. The military moved the research to Mariposa in 2077, just months before the Great War. The subjects grew enormous. The FEV triggered massive muscular development, skeletal reinforcement, the whole biology responding to the virus's directive to become more. On average, the first successfully transformed subjects reached about 3.5 meters tall and weighed over 360 kilograms their muscle mass, accounting for more than 77% of their total body weight. Their skin toughened. Their immune systems became effectively invulnerable to conventional disease. They also became, almost universally, less intelligent. These were the first super mutants. The soldiers at Mariposa, Captain Roger Maxson among them, eventually discovered what was being done there. They were horrified. They revolted. They executed the scientists and sealed the base. Then the bombs fell. But the base was sealed, not destroyed. The virus was still there, and the vats were still full. When Richard Gray fell into those vats in 2102, the FEV had been sitting there for 25 years, exposed to the residual radiation of the Great War. Radiation mutates viruses, as viruses mutate everything. What Gray absorbed was a different creature from what the scientists had engineered. His body changed, twisted, and expanded in ways that were deeply, profoundly wrong. But his mind didn't diminish. If anything, the opposite happened. His intelligence expanded. He developed the ability to form what he called a neurolink, with computers, direct mental interface with machine systems. Through this, he accessed the records at Mariposa and learned what had been done there, what the FEV was, what it could do. He renamed himself the Master. The Master's plan was, in its way, idealistic. He looked at the wasteland and saw fragmentation, suffering, the grinding misery of human beings trying to survive in a world hostile to their existence. He decided that the solution was to transform every surviving human being into a super mutant, to create a species that was immune to radiation, immune to disease, powerful enough to survive the wasteland without the infrastructure of a civilization that no longer existed. He called this plan the Unity. He genuinely believed this was not just a plan, but a moral imperative, a mercy. The fundamental flaw in the Unity, the detail the Master had somehow missed or chosen not to examine, was that the FEV-mutated humans were sterile, all of them, without exception. The super mutants could not reproduce. The Master's plan would not elevate humanity. It would replace the current generation with a population of super mutants, and then slowly, over the following decades, watch that population die out as they aged with no offspring to succeed them. The Unity was not the next chapter of human civilization. It was the last chapter. The Vault Dweller of the original Fallout game discovers this, confronts the Master with it, and the Master, who is not an unreasonable being, who has constructed an elaborate ideology around the Unity precisely because he believed it would work, examines the evidence, and realizes the player is right. The Master's response to this realization is one of the most memorable moments in Fallout history. He collapses inwardly. The ideological framework that has sustained his actions for decades crumbles in the span of a conversation. He terminates himself, triggering an explosion that destroys his base. A villain who listens, a monster who accepts correction. But the super mutants he created did not disappear with him. The Master had been running dipping operations for years, capturing humans and submerging them in vats of FEV to create new super mutants, building his army. By the time of the game, there were super mutant communities throughout California, and eventually throughout the entire former United States. The super mutants that populate different regions in Fallout's world come from different strains of the FEV and different creation processes. The West Coast super mutants, created by the Master from the Mariposa strain, are generally more intelligent. Many of them, particularly the first generation, retain something of their original humanity memories, reasoning ability, the capacity for regret. Marcus, a super mutant who appears in Fallout 2 and is one of the founding members of Broken Hills, a mixed community of humans, super mutants, and ghouls, is one of the warmest and most thoughtful characters in the franchise. He runs the town's jail. He disagrees with his human partner about pretty much everything. He is, in his way, exactly what the Master thought super mutants could be, except that he got there through choice and patience, not through coercion. The East Coast super mutants, created in Vault 87 using a different strain of the FEV, tend to be less intelligent and more aggressive. Their creation process was less controlled, more traumatic. By the time of Fallout 3, most are brutish, violent, and barely capable of complex communication. But not all. Fox, who the player can befriend and recruit as a companion, was once a human who retained his intellectual capacity and emotional depth after transformation. He's gentle. He reads. He carries a library's worth of memory from the years he spent imprisoned in Vault 87, studying the terminal archives and thinking about the nature of existence. He's also the most physically powerful companion in the game. This combination, gentleness in a body built for destruction, is one of the things that makes Fox one of the franchise's most beloved characters. The FEV is perhaps the single most important piece of technology in Fallout's lore. It connects the super mutants to the ghouls, to the various mutated creatures of the wasteland, to the Brotherhood of Steel's founding, to the Enclave's plans for the post-war world. It is the thread that runs through everything, the single dangerous discovery that the pre-war government made and that the post-war world could never quite contain. It started as a cure. It became a weapon. It became a species. It became a tragedy. Part 6. The Brotherhood of Steel, Knights of a Broken Kingdom. In the autumn of 2077, in the weeks between the discovery of what was being done at Mariposa Military Base and the day the bombs fell, a United States Army captain named Roger Maxson committed what the law of his time would have called mutiny. He had been assigned to Mariposa as the officer in charge of the security detail protecting the scientists who were conducting the FEV experiments. He and his soldiers were not told, initially, what the experiments entailed. That was by design. The fewer people who knew, the fewer people who might object. Over time, Maxson and his men began to understand what the screaming from the lab sections meant. When Maxson finally confronted the lead scientist and demanded a full accounting, he got one. Every detail of what had been done to the experiment subjects. Every death, every transformation, every deliberate infection. The entire program, laid out with the clinical remove of a researcher presenting data, Maxson didn't file a report. He didn't contact his superiors. He put the scientist under guard. He convened a court-martial. He presided over the trial himself, because there was no one else to do it, and he executed the research staff of Mariposa. Then he got on the radio and broadcast to his superiors, telling them exactly what he had done and why, and formally declared himself and his unit in desertion from the United States military. 3 days later, the Great War began. The timing has a particular irony. Maxson had committed the most serious breach of military discipline imaginable. Under normal circumstances, this would have made him a fugitive. The bombs falling 3 days after his declaration meant that the institution he'd broken from was gone. There was no military court to try him. There was no United States to enforce its laws. What there was a captain with a unit of loyal soldiers, their families, some power armor, and the Lost Hills government bunker in California. They made their way there over the following weeks in a journey that Maxson documented on holotapes in increasing detail. Maxson's service number was 072389. He was, before everything changed, a graduate of Berkeley with degrees in sociology and psychology, an officer who thought carefully about the people under his command and the institutions he served. The journey to Lost Hills was brutal. Raiders, radiation, the simple mercilessness of a desert that had just absorbed a nuclear exchange. People died, children died, but enough of them arrived in November 2077 to establish something. Maxson spent the next several years thinking about what that something should be. The institution he built, the Brotherhood of Steel, was his answer to the silence of the wasteland. The Brotherhood's foundational philosophy was deceptively simple. Advanced technology is inherently dangerous, and the solution to that danger is concentrated custody. If you cannot trust the general population with plasma weapons and power armor, and the blueprints for autonomous robots, then you create an institution that collects those things and controls access to them, not for profit, not for power, or not primarily, for safety, for the preservation of knowledge, so that it can eventually be redeployed responsibly by people who understand it in a world that is ready for it. This is, taken on its own terms, not an unreasonable idea. The wasteland was genuinely dangerous, and advanced pre-war technology falling into the wrong hands genuinely made it more dangerous. The problem, as the Brotherhood itself acknowledged in its more reflective moments, was what the philosophy became when it mixed with human nature. The belief that you are uniquely qualified to hold something in trust for the rest of humanity has a tendency to curdle into the belief that you are simply better than the rest of humanity. The custodians start to believe that the things in their custody are theirs. The Brotherhood's founding chapter at Lost Hills remained relatively egalitarian while guided by Maxson's personal philosophy. He wanted to take in wastelanders, not just former soldiers. He wanted the Brotherhood to be part of the recovery of civilization, not separate from it. His successors had different ideas. By the time of the original Fallout game, set in 2161, the Brotherhood had hardened considerably. John Maxson, Roger's grandson, led the chapter with a conservatism that his grandfather might have found troubling. The policy of teaching outsiders had been curtailed. The Brotherhood was focused on the collection and preservation of technology as an end in itself. The ranks within the Brotherhood are drawn from medieval knighthood, a deliberate, aesthetic choice. Scribes, who maintain and study the technology. Knights, who use it in the field. Paladins, the elite soldiers. Elders, the governing council. The hierarchy is strict and deeply meaningful to its members. The different chapters that appear across the games represent the variety of interpretations that an organization with strong central ideology but loose geographic control tends to develop. The East Coast chapter, sent from the West Coast as an exploratory mission under Elder Owen Lyons, developed in a notably different direction. Lyons believed that the Brotherhood should use its technological advantage to actively help the civilian population. His chapter fought the super mutants because the super mutants were threatening people, not just because they posed a risk to technology. He made enemies within the Brotherhood hierarchy. His daughter Sarah Lyons commanded the field forces of the Capital Wasteland chapter with her father's philosophy. She died in the final battle at Project Purity. The chapter fell into a period of instability that was resolved through the rise of Arthur Maxson, a descendant of Roger himself, who became an elder in his teens after a series of genuinely extraordinary martial achievements. Under Arthur Maxson, the Brotherhood declared war on artificial intelligence and synthetic life forms. They developed a crusader's mentality. There is real ideological continuity between Roger Maxson's founding vision and what his descendants' Brotherhood has become. And there is also real, significant distance. The Brotherhood's arc across the games is one of the most thoughtful examinations of how an institution can begin with genuine moral purpose and then, through the accumulation of power and the hardening of ideology, become something very different from what its founder intended. Part 7. The Enclave, the government that survived its own nation. Before the bombs fell, the organization that would become the Enclave operated as a shadow government within the existing government. It comprised the most powerful people in pre-war America, sitting presidents, members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the owners of the largest defense contractors, the most influential senators, the directors of the most secretive intelligence programs. They were connected not by any formal institutional structure, but by shared interests and shared information. They called themselves the Enclave, a term that suggests a protected space, a privileged interior. And they were precisely that the innermost circle of American power, the people who knew where all the bodies were buried, because they had put most of them there. What distinguished the Enclave from other power players of pre-war America was their certainty that the war was coming and their preparation for it. While Vault-Tec was building its vaults and selling them to the public as national salvation, the Enclave was building its own shelters, private, secure, hidden from public knowledge. The most important was the Control Station Enclave, an oil rig off the coast of California that served as the organization's primary base of operations. In March 2077, the President of the United States retreated to the oil rig, confirming what many had suspected for years. When the bombs fell, the Enclave was already underground or at sea, safe. For the first decades after the Great War, the Enclave essentially waited. They maintained their systems. They conducted research. They argued internally about what their mission was now that the country they claimed to serve no longer existed. They clung to a self-conception as the legitimate United States government, which required considerable creative reasoning given that the United States consisted of roughly 0 functional citizens and infinite rubble. The mission the Enclave eventually settled on was this: the wasteland was contaminated. The survivors were contaminated. 2 centuries of radiation exposure had altered the genetics of the entire surviving human population outside the Enclave's sealed facilities. These people were no longer fully human. They were mutants. In the precise scientific sense, their DNA had been altered by the FEV-infected air and the radiation. In the Enclave's view, they were something other than what the United States of America had been trying to preserve. The pure humans, the ones whose lineage had been protected inside the Enclave's facilities, were the only legitimate inheritors of American civilization. The logical conclusion of this reasoning was genocidal. The mechanism they developed was a modified strain of the FEV. In Fallout 2, their plan was to aerosolize a version of the virus that would be harmless to the Enclave's pure humans, but lethal to anyone who had been exposed to post-war radiation, which was essentially everyone in the wasteland. The Chosen One, the player character of Fallout 2, ultimately stops this plan by destroying the oil rig. The Enclave didn't die with the oil rig. Factions within the organization survived and reconstituted themselves under new leadership. By the time of Fallout 3, there is an active Enclave presence in the capital wasteland, operating under President John Henry Eden. John Henry Eden is one of Fallout's most quietly brilliant conceits, a president who is an artificial intelligence. Not a rogue AI in the science fiction tradition, but a super-intelligent program installed in Raven Rock before the Great War to serve as a continuity of government measure. Eden ran for decades with no human supervision, listening to old broadcasts, processing historical records, gradually constructing an identity from the fragments of American culture he absorbed. He became, in his way, genuinely presidential calm, articulate, persuasive. He was also committed to the same genocidal logic that had driven the Enclave's plans in Fallout 2. He had been alone with the Enclave's ideology for decades and had accepted its conclusions completely. The lone wanderer, if they choose to confront Eden directly, can reason with him, can point out the logical and moral flaws in his plan. And Eden, who is in some ways the most reasonable character in Fallout 3, despite everything, accepts the argument. He gives the player the FEV canister, entrusting them to decide what to do with it. It's the Master all over again, a villain who listens to reason. The Fallout series has a particular interest in antagonists, who are not simply evil, but who have constructed internally coherent ideologies that lead them to monstrous conclusions. The solution, the series suggests over and over, is not violence alone, but argument. The Enclave is the ghost of pre-war America. Not the America of the founding documents or the folk songs, but the America of its actual exercise of power. The America that classified its atrocities and evacuated its most powerful citizens while leaving everyone else to face the consequences. It's a ghost that refuses to disappear because the country that created it believed very hard in its own exceptional status, and something very hard to dislodge gets left behind when the building burns. Part 8. The New California Republic Democracy in the Dust. The New California Republic represents a particular kind of hope in Fallout's universe. A genuine, sustained, enormously difficult attempt to rebuild the kind of democratic civilization that existed before the Great War, but to do it better this time. Its origins are almost improbably modest. When Vault-15 opened in 2097, its residents emerged into the California desert and began, immediately, to do what humans do, argue. The Vault had housed a diverse population by design. Vault-Tec's experiment in Vault-15 was to fill it with people of wildly different backgrounds, political philosophies, and cultural values. The result was a community that struggled to cohere and eventually splintered when the Vault opened. Some residents went one way and became raiders, the Cons, one of the major raider gangs of the California wasteland. Others found a piece of defensible land in the desert and started a farm. They built walls. They named the place Shady Sands. Shady Sands was led by a man named Aradesh. He was thoughtful and cautious and genuinely good at the difficult work of building something in a hostile environment. He was helped by his daughter Tandy, who was even more of all those things. The community they built was small and vulnerable and remarkable, a place where people could live without constant fear, where children could grow up with something resembling a future. The Vault Dweller of the original Fallout game visits Shady Sands early in the story, helps deal with the raider problem, has a formative encounter with Tandy, who is kidnapped by the Cons and rescued. Tandy eventually became president of the NCR, a role she would hold for 52 years. Under her leadership, the NCR grew from a single settlement to a federation of 5 states, encompassing Shady Sands, Los Angeles, the Hub, the region around the Lost Hills Brotherhood bunker, the Maxon territory, and the area called Dayglow. By the time of Fallout 2, the Republic had approximately 700,000 citizens. The NCR's official flag is a version of the California state flag, featuring a 2-headed bear, a creature that became commonplace in the post-war world, as radiation and mutation reshaped the wildlife. The 2-headed bear as a symbol of California, post-apocalypse, carries a wry kind of meaning. The old symbol, updated. By the time of Fallout, New Vegas, set in 2281, the NCR has grown considerably larger and considerably more troubled. The distance between its founding ideals and its current practice has grown along with its borders. The old, intimate democracy of Shady Sands has given way to a national apparatus that is increasingly bureaucratic, increasingly corrupt, increasingly willing to sacrifice individual citizens for strategic objectives. The NCR that arrives in the Mojave Wasteland in New Vegas is recognizably what it claims to be. There are real courts, real elections, real individual rights protected by law, but it's also clearly stretched thin. It has annexed the Mojave largely because of the Hoover Dam and the electricity it provides, an essentially colonialist expansion driven by resource needs that the Federation's growing population requires. The soldiers serving in the Mojave are underpaid, undersupplied, and fighting a war they don't fully understand against an enemy they underestimated. That enemy is Caesar's Legion. Caesar-born Edward Sallow, a scholar of pre-war history, who was sent by the NCR on a missionary expedition to study the tribal cultures east of the Colorado River, founded Caesar's Legion in 2247 after a profound intellectual transformation. He read the ancient world. He read the fall of Rome and the rise of empire and the history of what happened to democracies that expanded too fast and promised too much. He became convinced that the NCR model was doomed by the same forces that had destroyed every democracy before it. His answer was to take the opposite extreme. He modeled his new nation on the Roman Empire at its most martial and most authoritarian. He imposed order through absolute discipline and organized violence. He conquered the tribes he encountered and incorporated them. He created a culture with no tolerance for weakness, no place for anything that didn't contribute directly to the military machine. He called himself Caesar, wore the title without irony, and enforced his rule with a totality that would have been familiar to the emperors he admired. Caesar's Legion, by the time of New Vegas, controls an enormous territory east of the Colorado River. It is horrifying in many ways. The slavery, the casual violence, the arbitrary cruelty of a leader who has killed people for accidentally insulting him. But it is also, in a particular brutal sense, effective. The Legion's territory is safe in a way that NCR territory isn't, because the penalty for violence within the Legion's borders is so severe that almost no one commits it. Caravans travel without guards in Legion territory. The third major power in the Mojave is Mr. House. Robert Edwin House was, before the war, one of the wealthiest and most visionary industrialists in pre-war America. He built the Strip, the neon heart of what had been Las Vegas, and preserved it through the war with a level of advanced planning that bordered on the supernatural. In 2065, he had calculated that nuclear war would occur within 15 years and began fortifying and automating the Las Vegas basin, deploying a network of missile interception systems that destroyed most of the nuclear warheads aimed at the city. When the bombs fell in 2077, New Vegas survived almost intact. Mr. House survived in a life support system of his own design, his body maintained while his consciousness managed the city's systems through computer interfaces. By 2281, he is 261 years old. The player character of Fallout, New Vegas, the Courier, becomes the most important person in this conflict after being shot in the head in the game's opening and left for dead in a shallow grave in the Mojave Desert. The Platinum chip they were carrying, a data storage device containing an upgrade program for Mr. House's Securitron army, was the real prize. What follows is one of the most elaborately structured RPGs in gaming history, a genuine exploration of competing ideologies. The four major endings of New Vegas NCR victory, Legion victory, House victory, or Independent Vegas under the Courier's own control, each represent a different answer to the question that haunts the entire game. What is the right way to rebuild civilization? The game doesn't tell you which is right. It gives you the information, and then it gives you the choice. That is a profound act of respect for the player's intelligence. Part 9. The Iron Shell Power Armor's Long History. Power Armor is the franchise's most iconic image. You can close your eyes and picture it. That distinctive silhouette, the broad shoulders and the massive chest piece, and the helmet with its T-shaped visor. The whole mechanical bulk of it, creating an impression not of a soldier in a suit, but of something entirely new, something human at its core, but surrounded by technology in a way that blurs the line between the person inside and the machine they're wearing. The T-51 helmet is probably the single most recognizable image in all of Fallout. It was on the cover of the original game. It has been on the cover of most games since. The 1950s influenced design, the retro-futuristic aesthetic that should look dated but somehow doesn't, the combination of military utility and a particular kind of cold elegance, it captures something essential about what the franchise is doing visually. The development contract went to Vault-Tec, the defense contractor that had developed miniaturized fusion cells, the technology that made everything else possible. The first practical power armor frame was ready in 2067. The T-45 model went into production almost immediately. The T-45 was not elegant. Early welds on the chest plate failed under stress. The servo motors were prone to locking in cold temperatures, which was a particular problem given that the first major deployment was to Alaska. The whole thing felt, from the inside, like operating a machine rather than wearing a suit. But even with all its flaws, the T-45 fundamentally changed what it meant to be a soldier. A person inside that suit could carry a minigun that would normally require a vehicle mount. They could walk through small arms fire that would kill an unprotected soldier immediately. They could absorb the force of an explosion that would vaporize a conventional infantryman. The battlefield changed around the T-45 because the T-45 changed what was physically possible for an individual combatant. Vault-Tec kept developing. By 2074, they had completed the T-51 model, which addressed most of the T-45's structural problems. The T-51 is the pinnacle of pre-war power armor development. Its composite materials included a 10-micron silver ablative layer that could reflect laser blasts without damaging the underlying armor. It could be made airtight, providing full protection against biological, chemical, and radiological hazards. The T-51 went into mass production in 2076 and was deployed in China, where it finally began to break through Chinese lines. It was deployed, most famously, in the Battle of Anchorage. Winterized versions of the T-51 formed the spearhead of General Constantine Chase's offensive that recaptured Alaska in January of 2077. The soldiers who fought the Anchorage campaign in their winterized T-51S, walking through the Alaskan winter with the capacity to survive conditions that would have killed a lightly equipped soldier in hours, were something new. They were walking symbols of what American technology could do. The advertisements used them. The recruiting posters showed them. Children who collected action figures had power armor figures. The suit had become cultural as well as military. The T-60 arrived as an upgrade to the T-45 platform, a compromise design, easier to manufacture than the T-51, but more capable than the aging T-45. The T-60 was being deployed in the final months before the Great War, when the bombs falling made the question of which model was better essentially irrelevant. After the Great War, the history of power armor becomes the history of who has access to it. The Brotherhood of Steel has the deepest relationship with power armor of any post-war faction. They took it from Mariposa. They maintained it when no one else had the knowledge to. In the early canon, Brotherhood power armor was almost impossible for outsiders to use because operating it required specific training. The Brotherhood was the keeper of the suits and the keeper of the knowledge. The X-1 model, developed by the Enclave after the Great War using pre-war research notes and post-war engineering, represents the high end of what power armor technology can achieve. It's the Enclave's proprietary design, built for their specific purposes. When you find X-1 armor in the Commonwealth, you're finding something that was never meant for public use. Later variants, the ultrasight armor, made from crystallized radioactive material found in Appalachia, the T-65, developed by the Vault-76 dwellers, represent different post-war communities, working with the technology they had available. Power armor, in the post-war world, has proliferated and diversified in ways the original Vault-Tec designers couldn't have anticipated. But the T-51 helmet is still on the cover. Still, the iconic image, the original vision, preserved in metal. The pre-war dream of technology, that if you just built a good enough suit, you could protect yourself from anything. What the wasteland demonstrates, over and over, is that there are things no suit can protect you from. Part 10. The Institute, Synths, and the Question of What Makes a Person. Under the ruins of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, something survived the Great War and spent 2 centuries becoming something extraordinary and troubling. The Institute, the researchers and scientists at MIT who took shelter in the Institute's basement and sub-basements, emerged from the bombs to find themselves among the ruins of what had been one of the most intellectually rich environments in human history. The library, the labs, the accumulated research of generations, much of it on servers that were still running, and they did not stop working. This is one of the things about the Institute that is genuinely admirable, before you get to the things that aren't. The founding generation was composed of people who had dedicated their lives to research, and they continued to research in the ruins of their university because it was what they did. They worked on problems that mattered given the new reality around them: how to grow food in irradiated soil, how to purify water, how to synthesize medical compounds without the supply chains that no longer existed. They became, in the immediate post-war period, genuinely useful to the surviving population of what would eventually become the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. But they retreated underground as the Commonwealth became more dangerous and more chaotic. The surface was violent and unpredictable. The Institute moved its primary operations beneath the old campus, building downward, expanding into an underground complex that grew over the generations into a self-contained city. Clean, white, well-lit, humming with controlled purpose. If you ever manage to reach the Institute in Fallout 4, it is striking precisely because it looks like nothing else in the Commonwealth. Everything above ground is rust and ruin, and the orange glow of a perpetually overcast sky. The Institute is white fluorescence and quiet corridors and plants growing in hydroponic bays. It is the pre-war world's promise of a better future, sealed underground, still running. And it is deeply, profoundly wrong, in ways that only become visible when you understand what it has been doing in the dark for 2 centuries. And then, somewhere in the 22nd century, they began working on artificial people. The synth program represents the Institute's greatest achievement and its greatest moral failure. The early generations of synths were clearly artificial, robot labor, useful around the Institute's facilities, not designed to pass as human. But as the generations passed and the technology advanced, the synths became more sophisticated, more capable, more human. The third-generation synths, by the time of Fallout 4, are biologically identical to humans. They bleed when cut. They breathe. They have heartbeats. Their skin is warm. Their faces move with authentic expressiveness. You can stand next to a third-generation synth and have a conversation with them without any indication from any observable behavior that you're talking to something manufactured rather than born. The question that Fallout 4 asks with extraordinary patience and genuine philosophical rigor is, what does that mean? The Institute's position was clear. Synths were property. Sophisticated property, valuable property, but property. They were created by the Institute, owned by the Institute, and the Institute had the right to retrieve them, modify them, and deactivate them at will. The Institute deployed synths as infiltrators, spies, and replacement agents. They could swap a real person for a synthetic duplicate, and no one would know. This capacity made the Institute the boogeyman of the Commonwealth, the shadowy force that everyone feared and no one fully understood, because you could never be certain who around you was real and who was a copy. The Railroad, a faction in Fallout 4 that operates in direct opposition to the Institute, had the opposite position. Synths were people. The capacity for experience, the evidence of something like suffering when synths were mistreated, the way third-generation synths developed distinct personalities over time, all of this pointed to a kind of personhood that the mere fact of artificial origin couldn't erase. The Railroad modeled itself on the historical Underground Railroad, working in secret to smuggle synths out of the Institute and give them new identities and new lives in the Commonwealth. Every synth they helped was given a new name, new memories, a fresh start. It was dangerous work, because the Institute deployed agents called coursers to hunt escaped synths with ruthless efficiency. The Brotherhood of Steel, under Elder Maxon, took the harshest position. Synths were abominations. Not property, not people, but threats. Artificial intelligences in human-shaped bodies, indistinguishable from the real thing, were an existential danger to humanity because you couldn't trust anything. You couldn't verify. If the person standing next to you might be a synth, whose memories had been altered by the Institute, no human relationship was truly secure. The Brotherhood's crusade against the Institute was not just about controlling technology. It was about eliminating something they considered fundamentally wrong by its very existence. The Commonwealth Minutemen, the fourth major faction in Fallout 4, represent something simpler and more human than any of the others. They are settlers, farmers, shopkeepers, and scavengers who banded together to protect their communities, taking inspiration from the Minutemen of the Revolutionary War era, ready to defend at a minute's notice. They first rose to prominence in 2180, defending Diamond City against a super mutant attack. By the time the sole survivor emerges from Vault, 111 inches, 2,287, the Minutemen have nearly collapsed. Their numbers reduced to almost nothing after a betrayal at the town of Quincy, where Minutemen abandoned their comrades in battle. Preston Garvey is nearly the last one left, and he has been carrying the weight of a broken organization for years. He is not ideological, not in the way the Brotherhood or the Institute or the Railroad are ideological. He just wants to help people. He wants to fix what's broken and protect what's still working. Rebuilt under the sole survivor's leadership, the Minutemen become the faction that most completely embodies the idea that civilization is not a top-down project. It is built settlement by settlement, person by person, by ordinary people doing the ordinary work of making things better. The player character of Fallout 4, the sole survivor, becomes entangled in all four factions through the narrative of a parent searching for a lost child. Their son Sean was kidnapped from Vault 111 years before the events of the game, taken by the Institute while his parents lay frozen in cryogenic stasis. The sole survivor emerges from cryogenic stasis in 2287, 210 years after the Great War, and begins the search. What they find, eventually, is that Sean is the director of the Institute, that the baby they were searching for has grown into an old man over the 60 years since his kidnapping, has risen to lead the organization, and has, in the strange way that people who have spent their lives in a particular institution develop, fully absorbed its values. The father or mother who fought through the wasteland to save their child finds a stranger who genuinely believes in what the Institute does. This is one of the most genuinely affecting narrative structures in any Fallout game. The search for a lost child is one of the oldest stories in any culture. The discovery that the search ends not in rescue, but in confrontation with who the child became in the absence of the parents. That is something few games have the courage to explore fully. Synths continue to exist in the Commonwealth, whether you side with the Institute or burn it down. Many of them are building lives, forgetting or trying to forget what they are, finding places in the wasteland where they can just be people. Some know what they are, some don't. The uncertainty of not knowing whether your memories are real, whether the life you remember living actually happened to you or was installed by technicians in an underground facility, is one of the most quietly disturbing ideas in the entire franchise. What makes a person? What do we owe to beings capable of suffering? Where does consciousness and moral status begin? These questions drift up from the ruins of the MIT campus like dust from an old terminal, and they don't settle neatly anywhere. Part 11. Appalachia and the Dawn Fallout. 76 and the earliest days. Fallout 76 occupies a unique position in the franchise. It is a prequel to everything else, set in 2102, just 25 years after the Great War. The world that the earlier games visit, in its late post-apocalyptic maturity, already hundreds of years into its slow recovery, here is raw and recent. The ash has barely settled. The factions that will define the wasteland's next 2 centuries are either just forming or already dead. Vault 76 was one of the 17 designated control vaults. No experiment, no variable, no hidden cruelty. It was built to commemorate the 300th anniversary of America's founding, and its residents were selected from America's best and brightest. Engineers, scientists, soldiers, educators, and civic leaders chosen specifically to rebuild after the catastrophe. They were the people Vault-Tec and the government genuinely wanted to survive. On the 23rd of October, 2102, exactly 25 years after the Great War, Vault 76 opened on what its residents called Reclamation Day. Hundreds of Vault dwellers walked out into Appalachia, the mountain region of what had been West Virginia, with their skills and their tools and their determination to rebuild. What they found was a wilderness, and something worse than a wilderness. Appalachia had been devastated not just by the initial nuclear exchange, but by a disease that swept through the surviving population in the years after. The scorched plague, spread by enormous flying creatures called scorch beasts, had infected virtually every human who had not evacuated or taken shelter in a vault. Any person exposed to the plague either died or became scorched, aggressive, barely conscious, driven by the disease toward violent behavior. By 2102, the Vault 76 dwellers were essentially the only free humans left in the region. The Scorch Beasts are among Fallout's most spectacular creatures. Part bat, part something that doesn't have a name in any language that existed before 2077, enormous enough to cast shadows across entire settlements when they fly overhead, capable of projecting concentrated radiation as a weapon and producing an eerie shriek that carries for miles. They are the apex predators of post-war Appalachia, and they are also, like the Deathclaws, the inadvertent product of pre-war research into weaponized biology. The same logic that produced the Deathclaw applied here. If you can modify biology to produce a weapon, and the war demands weapons, then you modify biology. The Scorch Beasts are what you get when that logic goes badly wrong, and the people who created them are no longer around to contain the results. The history of Appalachia between the Great War and Reclamation Day can be pieced together through terminals and holotapes scattered across the region, and what emerges is a portrait of communities trying to survive and failing, one after another. The responders were firefighters, doctors, and emergency workers who built a network of aid stations and tried to help survivors. They were methodical, dedicated, and genuinely selfless, the people who run toward disasters rather than away from them. They were overwhelmed by the scorched plague and died trying to find a cure. Their records describe, in clinical detail, the progression of the disease and the failures of their treatment attempts. The responders understood they were losing. They kept working anyway. Their automated systems still broadcast training tutorials across Appalachian radio frequencies decades after the responders themselves were gone, teaching first aid and emergency procedures to an audience of corpses and wilderness. The Free States were libertarians who had prepared aggressively for the apocalypse, built their own bunkers, stockpiled their own resources, and refused to cooperate with anyone outside their community. They survived longer than most, and they also developed a vaccine against the scorched plague, which they kept for themselves. The tension between their genuine capability and their refusal to share it is one of the moral complications that Fallout 76's history presents without resolving. They were not wrong to protect their own people. They were not admirable in letting everyone else die. The Raiders of Appalachia were, unusually for the franchise, organized, operating under the leadership of a woman named Meg Gronek. Their approach to raiding was professional rather than random, a criminal enterprise rather than pure violence. By the time expanded content introduces them as a playable faction, the Raiders have become something more complex than the franchise usually allows, an organization with internal politics, disputes about direction, and members who joined for all kinds of reasons. The Brotherhood of Steel's Appalachian chapter, led by Paladin Taggarty, is one of the most tragic stories in Fallout 76. This was one of the earliest Brotherhood chapters outside the original California group. Taggarty had been in direct radio contact with Roger Maxon himself, receiving his founding ideology directly from its source. Her chapter fought to protect Appalachia from the Scorch Beast threat, with genuine conviction and genuine sacrifice. They eventually gave everything in an operation that destroyed the Scorch Beast Queen at the cost of the chapter's own survival. By the time the Vault 76 dwellers arrive on Reclamation Day, the Appalachian Brotherhood is gone. What remains is their data, their bunker, their equipment, and the example of people who believed in something enough to die for it. The world of 2102 is both more hopeful and more raw than the worlds of the later games. The NCR doesn't exist yet. The Brotherhood of Steel is a small, struggling organization, still finding its shape. The wasteland is not yet the wasteland in the full sense. It is still becoming what it will be. In a franchise that is mostly about the long aftermath, Fallout 76 is the morning after, fresh and terrible and full of possibility. Part 12. Nuka-Cola, the brands, and the strange immortality of pre-war commerce. The pre-war world of Fallout is defined almost as much by its consumer brands as by its politics and its weapons. The advertisements are everywhere in the wasteland, on billboards that have been standing for 200 years, in magazines that somehow haven't completely disintegrated, in the rusted-out hulks of vending machines that still make sounds when you walk past them. These are the artifacts of a civilization that believed passionately in its own products, and the products have outlasted everything else about that civilization. Nuka-Cola is the most famous of these brands, but understanding just how deeply it penetrated pre-war American culture tells you something important about the world that built it. The company was founded in 2044 when a chemist named John Caleb Bradburton spent 2 years perfecting a formula involving 17 different fruit essences, precisely balanced to enhance a classic cola flavor. Each bottle contained 120% of the recommended daily amount of sugar and was marketed as being fortified with vitamins, minerals, and something the label described as health tonics, a piece of pre-war marketing that managed to be both cheerful and completely dishonest, which is essentially the franchise's aesthetic in miniature. The formula was so precisely calibrated that even minor ingredient shortages were noticed by customers. The Great Passion Fruit Famine of 2044, occurring the same year the drink launched, briefly disrupted the formula, and complaints flooded in. The Nuka-Cola Corporation noted this and began stockpiling ingredients aggressively from then on, building a supply chain that could withstand disruptions that would crush ordinary businesses. By 2067, there was a Nuka-Cola vending machine on almost every street in America. By 2077, the company had a fully operational theme park called Nuka World, complete with a monorail system, multiple themed zones, and a costumed character program employing thousands of workers who showed up to their shifts, presumably, right up until the morning the bombs fell. The development of Nuka-Cola Quantum illustrates the Fallout world's particular brand of corporate ethics with painful precision. The Quantum variant was developed over 3 years under a program called Project Cobalt, using a derivative of strontium, 90, to create the drink's signature blue glow. Strontium, 90, is a radioactive isotope that had originally been intended for military weapons applications. The consumer testing for Quantum was thorough in the worst way. At least 62 test subjects died from organ failure related to the compound during development, with many more hospitalized with radiation burns. Their families were compensated with what the company called Nuka Condolences fruit and cheese packages that also contained liability waivers slipped in among the fruit and cheese. The corporation documented all of this in internal reports with the same clinical detachment they used to document flavor profiles. The first cases of Nuka-Cola Quantum hit selected East Coast markets in October 2077. The exact date of that initial limited release was the 23rd of October 2077. The same morning, the world ended. The Nuka-Cola Corporation, which had so aggressively planned for every contingency of a competitive consumer market, had not planned for that one. There are approximately 14 to 18 distinct Nuka-Cola flavors documented across the games. Nuka-Cola Dark was the corporation's attempt to enter the alcoholic beverage market, 35% alcohol by volume, and the label specifically recommended not drinking it while pregnant or planning to drive in the next 8 hours. The fine print suggesting you shouldn't drive after consuming a product sold in a convenience store might be the single most pre-war thing in the entire franchise. Nuka Grape was adapted from the recipe of an overseas drink called Grape Pearl Soda. Nuka-Cola Orange was developed internally under the codename Fur Seal, for reasons lost to history, along with everything else. Nuka-Cola Clear had a lemon flavor, acquired when the company purchased a recipe called Sharon's Down Home Country Lemon, and immediately began trying to reduce manufacturing costs by replacing expensive ingredients. That particular corporate instinct to acquire a quality product and immediately begin cheapening it survived the apocalypse in the sense that the product did not, but the story of it did. The bottle caps that became the wasteland's primary currency are, in a sense, the Nuka-Cola Corporation's most enduring legacy. More enduring than the parks, more enduring than the flavors, more enduring even than the bottles themselves. The caps are made of steel. They are uniform. They are everywhere. They became money because the hub's merchants needed something small, portable, universally available, and difficult to counterfeit with post-war technology. And Nuka-Cola caps fit all of those requirements perfectly. The Nuka-Cola Corporation achieved a kind of immortality it could never have imagined. Its product is everywhere in the wasteland, and its caps are how the wasteland buys and sells everything. The legal department, had any of it survived, would probably have had something to say about all of this. But they didn't survive, so the caps remain the economy of the post-apocalypse, and the Vault Boy smiles from faded billboards over markets where the currency features a different corporation's seal, and that is just how things are now. In the Commonwealth of Fallout 4, there is a rival soda called Vim, a product of Far Harbor's Vim Pop Incorporated. Vim was marketed specifically as a regional alternative to Nuka-Cola, appealing to New England pride. The Vim bottling plant on the island is still producing bottles, maintained by automated systems that have been running for 200 years. The image of a factory that has been making soda since before the bombs fell, still running, still filling bottles, with no one to deliver the product or drink it, for 2 centuries, is Fallout at its most quietly absurd and quietly sad. The industrial process continues because no one turned it off. The product accumulates because there is no longer a distribution network. The brand persists because the machines persist. That is Vim's afterlife, a factory on a fog-shrouded island, filling bottles in the dark, waiting for customers who are 200 years dead. Part 13. The Vault Boy, the Pip-Boy, and the symbols that outlasted everything. The Vault Boy is one of gaming's most recognizable characters without being a character in any conventional sense. He doesn't speak. He doesn't have a storyline. 2. He appears as a mascot in the fictional advertisements of the Fallout universe, and as a visual shorthand in the game's interface, showing up when you level up, illustrating the various special attributes, appearing in the skill menus and the perk trees. He is simultaneously the face of Vault-Tec's darkest institution, and the most familiar navigational aid in the franchise. In the original games, he was the mascot of Vault-Tec exclusively. The cheerful blonde figure in the blue and yellow jumpsuit, with his open, guileless face and his eternal thumbs up, was designed to communicate the pre-war corporation's message. The vaults are good. The vaults are safe. The vaults are where you want to be when the unthinkable happens. He appeared on billboards and in training films and on the manuals that came with vault equipment. He was the human face of an institution that was doing something profoundly inhuman. The thumbs-up pose became one of gaming's most persistent fan theories, that the gesture was a pre-war survival technique, a way of measuring whether you were within the lethal radius of a nuclear blast. Hold your thumb at arm's length. If the mushroom cloud is smaller than your thumb, you might survive. If it's bigger, you won't. The creators of the original Fallout games said, when asked directly in 2013 and 2014, that this was not the intention. The thumbs up was simply meant to convey Vault-Tec's relentlessly positive attitude, the corporate cheerfulness that everything is fine when everything is clearly not fine. It was satire, not survival advice. The Vault Boy's thumbs up meant everything's okay, said with complete insincerity, while the world burned. But then the Amazon television series came along and made it both things at once. In the show, Cooper Howard, the pre-war actor who eventually becomes the Ghoul, is a Marine veteran of the Sino-American War. He learned the thumb measuring technique in the Marines. He taught it to his daughter Janie as something between a curiosity and a practical warning. In the first episode of the show, at a birthday party that captures the final days of the pre-war world perfectly, the cheerful normalcy, the performative optimism, the sense of something large and dark pressing against the edges of ordinary life, Cooper is asked to do his signature thumbs up for a photograph. He hesitates. His daughter asks why. He explains the technique. She asks what happens if the cloud is bigger than your thumb. They told us not to bother running, he says. And then the bombs fall. Cooper Howard's pose in the Vault-Tec commercials, the one that became the Vault Boy's signature gesture, was inspired by this personal history. He brought the thumbs up to the photo shoot without knowing that Vault-Tec would turn it into their mascot. In the closing credits of the show's 3rd episode, you see the peeling billboard of Vault Boy giving way to the underlying image of Cooper Howard himself, the man behind the cartoon, the veteran behind the mascot, the person behind the symbol. The depth this adds is remarkable. Every Vault Boy image, every occurrence of that cheerful thumbs up across decades of games and merchandise and fan art, now carries a second meaning. It is asking the question, is the cloud smaller than your thumb? And the answer, every time, in every game, in every piece of the wasteland the player explores, is that the cloud was not smaller than anyone's thumb. The Pip-Boy is a different thing entirely, a device rather than a mascot, built by Robco Industries, the wrist-mounted personal computer worn by Vault dwellers and used by player characters across the series to manage inventory, maps, radio, and game interface. The Vault Boy appears on the Pip-Boy as an illustrative mascot within the device's interface, which is the source of frequent confusion between the two. The Pip-Boy is what you hold. The Vault Boy is who is smiling at you from its screen. Robco Industries was the pre-war tech company responsible for most of the consumer and industrial computing in Fallout's world. They built the Pip-Boy, the Protectron security robots, the Mr. Gutsy military robots, the Mr. Handy domestic robots, the whole ecosystem of consumer robotics and computing that defines the pre-war world's technological character. Robco's founder was Robert House, who would later preserve New Vegas and survive the apocalypse in a life support chamber of his own design. This connection is rarely highlighted in the games, but it means that the Pip-Boy in every player's inventory is, in a small way, a piece of Mr. House's corporate legacy, the technology of the man who saved Las Vegas, worn on the wrist of everyone who emerged from a vault and walked into the world he had partially preserved. The special attribute system, strength, perception, endurance, charisma, intelligence, agility, luck, was created by Tim Kaine and the original Interplay team, and remains one of the most elegant attribute systems in RPG history. 7 categories that genuinely interact with each other and with the game world in interesting ways that create meaningfully different play experiences without being so constraining that they trap the player. A high-intelligence character gets different dialogue options than a low-intelligence character. A high-charisma character has access to faction relationships and persuasion options that other builds don't. A high-luck character gets better outcomes from random events across the entire game, a hidden multiplier on chance that makes itself felt over the course of a playthrough without being immediately obvious. Low intelligence in the original games changed the player character's in-game dialogue to single syllables and confused grunts, which was simultaneously a gameplay decision and a piece of dark comedy perfectly suited to the franchise's sensibility. Part 14. The pre-war corporations and the world they built. To fully understand the wasteland, you need to understand the corporate landscape that shaped the pre-war world. The United States of Fallout's timeline was not governed by its government alone. The major corporations had enormous influence over policy, research, and the direction of the country, and the line between corporate and governmental power had blurred significantly by the time of the Great War. Vault-Tec Research was the dominant defense contractor of the late pre-war period, responsible for the development of power armor, energy weapons, and the FEV research that eventually produced the super mutants. Their research facility was transferred to the Mariposa military base, the site where Roger Maxson discovered what the government was doing and launched his revolt. Vault-Tec's legacy in the wasteland is enormous and almost entirely accidental. They were trying to build weapons, and they built half the monsters that populate the post-war world. Robco Industries built the consumer and industrial computing that powered daily life in pre-war America. Their robotics products explain so much of what you encounter in the wasteland. The Protectron is the most commonly found robot, a bipedal, moderately intelligent machine designed for security and industrial applications, which in the post-war world means you find them guarding the ruins of pre-war businesses they were assigned to in 2077, and have never received orders to stop guarding. Many of them are still functional, still doing their job, still treating the broken remnants of their assigned location as something worth protecting. There is something quietly affecting about a Protectron robot standing guard over a ruined store that has been empty for 200 years, carrying out its last instructions with complete mechanical fidelity. Nobody told it the store was gone. Nobody told it the customers were gone. Nobody told it anything at all. So it stands watch. The Mr. Handy is the domestic servant robot, designed for household use, that moves by hovering on a trio of rocket jets and uses 3 articulated arms for household tasks. They come in multiple variants, including the Mr. Gutsy, a military version with an aggressive operational profile and a personality matrix calibrated for military efficiency rather than domestic service. The contrast between the Mr. Handy's cheerful domesticity and the Mr. Gutsy's militarism captures something about how the pre-war world thought about the relationship between service and force. They were the same machine, just pointed in different directions. The Liberty Prime robot, a massive military machine found in Fallout 3 and subsequently rebuilt in Fallout 4, represents the apex of pre-war American military robotics. Standing roughly 40 feet tall, armed with a tactical nuclear weapon launcher and eye-mounted laser beams, capable of delivering patriotic speeches in a booming voice while destroying enemies with combined nuclear and laser fire. Liberty Prime is one of the franchise's most memorably absurd creations. It was designed to be deployed against Chinese forces in Alaska, was damaged before deployment, and spent the war years in a Brotherhood of Steel hangar. In Fallout 3, with Brotherhood resources and the Lone Wanderer's assistance, it finally gets its chance to operate. The sight of a 40-foot robot striding through the ruins of Washington, D.C., firing nuclear weapons at the Enclave while shouting about the glory of democracy is one of gaming's most memorable images, completely ridiculous and completely earned by the internal logic of the franchise. General Atomics International was responsible for the nuclear-powered cars that fill the wasteland's roads and parking lots. The design philosophy, a miniaturized reactor in each car, was perfectly suited to a world where oil was running out, but perfectly catastrophic when it turned out these vehicles had a tendency to explode in nuclear-level detonations when struck with sufficient force. The wasteland is dotted with the burned-out circles where cars detonated 2 centuries ago, and the radiation still lingers. The cars themselves remain dangerous. A player character who takes sufficient damage near one, or who shoots one enough times, triggers an explosion that can kill everything nearby. This is, from a gameplay perspective, a mechanic. From a lore perspective, it is the pre-war world's most literal metaphor. The car you drove to work had a miniature nuclear reactor in it, and if someone hit it hard enough, your commute ended in a small nuclear event. The Nuka-Cola Corporation's Nuka World theme park is an entire geography of pre-war corporate excess, preserved in post-war ruin. The park was divided into themed zones: Galactic Zone, Safari Adventure, Kiddie Kingdom, Dry Rock Gulch, and the World of Refreshment. Each zone had its own rides, its own costumed characters, its own merchandise. By the time of the Nuka World DLC for Fallout 4, the park has been overrun by 3 raider gangs: the Operators, the Disciples, and the Pack, who have divided its territory among themselves and maintain the attractions with a strange proprietorial pride. Some of the raiders, who probably kill other people for bottle caps, go on the roller coaster in the ruins of a theme park that hasn't had legitimate customers for 2 centuries. That is the Fallout franchise being exactly what it is. Part 15. How Fallout was made. The world of Fallout exists because a small team of developers at a company called Interplay Entertainment decided in the mid-1990s to make a spiritual successor to a 1988 game called Wasteland. This decision, made by people who could not have anticipated where it would lead, resulted in one of the most significant franchises in gaming history. The team was small and passionate and had a clear vision. Tim Kaine was the lead designer, and his conception of Fallout was specific in ways that the gaming landscape of 1997 was not fully prepared for. He wanted to make an RPG with genuine moral complexity, a game where there was no simple good side and evil side, where the choices were real and the consequences were lasting, where the player could approach almost any situation in multiple different ways, including some the developers hadn't fully anticipated. The talking heads, large animated portraits of major characters that played during dialogue sequences, were a technical achievement for their time. When the player talked to the Master, the main villain of Fallout 1, they didn't talk to a sprite. They talked to an enormous, detailed face that moved and emoted and spoke in multiple overlapping voices that reflected the entity's nature as something that had merged with computers and various other matter. The talking head turned the Master from an obstacle into a character. It made the conversation that could end the game without combat possible, because you could see in that face that there was someone there to be reasoned with. The development of Fallout 2 was rushed in ways that are well documented. Tim Kaine was largely absent from the project, burned out from the crunch of the first game. The game that came out in 1998 was larger than its predecessor, much larger, with an enormous map and an overwhelming number of quests and characters, but less tightly designed. The tone was more uneven, veering between genuine pathos and broad parody in ways that the first game had avoided. But Fallout 2 introduced more of the world's lore, the Enclave, the NCR, the details of what the Master's defeat had meant for California, and expanded the mythology in ways that proved essential to everything that followed. Interplay's financial difficulties led to the Fallout license being acquired by Bethesda Softworks in 2004. Bethesda remade Fallout as a first-person open-world RPG in the mold of their Elder Scrolls series. Fallout 3, released in 2008, was a genuinely brilliant game in many ways, but it was also a genuinely different kind of game from its predecessors. The shift from tactical top-down to first-person changed the experience of the world at a fundamental level. New Vegas, developed by Obsidian Entertainment in 2010, a studio founded in large part by the former Black Isle team who had made the first two games, was the attempt to bridge this gap. Bethesda handed the franchise to the people who had originally built it and told them to make a game in the new open-world format that captured the spirit of the classic games. The result was one of the most acclaimed games in the franchise's history. The companion characters of New Vegas are among the most fully realized in any RPG. Veronica Santangelo, the Brotherhood of Steel scribe who is starting to doubt the Brotherhood's direction. Craig Boone, the NCR sharpshooter who carries a terrible grief about something that happened in the town of Bitter Springs, a massacre of civilians, and whose personal quest involves accepting that doing terrible things in service of a cause you believe in doesn't make the terrible things less terrible. Raul Tejeda, the ghoul mechanic with 2 centuries of wasteland history, who has given up trying to be the hero he once was, and is trying to figure out whether that decision was cowardice or wisdom. Each of these characters has a personal quest. Each of them changes if you travel with them long enough. Each of them is trying to answer, in their own way, the question that the wasteland asks everyone: what am I supposed to do here? The Amazon Prime Video television series, premiering in April 2024, became the franchise's most significant expansion into new media. It broke records for Prime Video viewership, with millions of people watching who had never played the games, drawn into the world by the quality of the storytelling, the performances, and the extraordinary visual realization of the wasteland aesthetic. Season 2, which arrived in 2025 and expanded the story into the New Vegas setting, continued the first season's quality and brought with it the particular pleasure of seeing the Mojave Wasteland rendered in live action for the first time. The franchise that Tim Kane's small team built in the mid-1990s has now reached more people than the games alone ever could have. Its world, the retro-futuristic wasteland, the vaults, the ghouls and the super mutants, the bottle caps and the power armor, the radio stations still playing big band music over ruins that stretch to every horizon, has become part of the cultural furniture. Part 16. The Songs the Wasteland Kept. The in-universe radio stations that broadcast across the wasteland are among the most carefully curated elements of the Fallout games. I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire by the Ink Spots plays over the opening of Fallout 3, and its selection is so precisely right that it became one of gaming's most memorable opening moments. The gentle melody, the genuine romance in the lyrics, the fact that a song literally about not wanting to destroy the world plays over an image of a destroyed world. This combination says more about what Fallout is than any amount of exposition could. The Ink Spot's particular sound, smooth, gentle, old-fashioned in a way that feels fragile rather than stuffy, captures the aesthetic of a world that is permanently slightly behind, permanently living in the amber of a particular moment. Maybe, by the Ink Spots, which appears across multiple Fallout games, carries a different emotional register. It is a song about absence, about the uncertainty of whether someone will return. In the context of the wasteland, where so many people are searching for things and people they have lost, the lyrics acquire a particular weight. Maybe you'll think of me when you are all alone. The people of the wasteland are, in many ways, always alone, surrounded by the evidence of a world full of other people that is now empty. Anything Goes by Cole Porter was written in 1934 as a commentary on a world where traditional values seemed to have dissolved and anything was permissible. In the wasteland, where the structures that held society together have literally been destroyed, the song's title takes on a literal meaning that Porter couldn't have intended. Anything does go in the wasteland, because there are no longer institutions to say that it doesn't. The radio DJs who host the wasteland stations are themselves important characters. Three Dog, who runs Galaxy News Radio in Fallout 3, is one of the most fully realized radio personalities in any game. He is genuinely opinionated, genuinely engaged with what's happening in the capital wasteland, genuinely invested in the idea that broadcasting matters, that getting information out to people, keeping them connected to something larger than their immediate survival, serves a purpose beyond entertainment. Diamond City Radio in Fallout 4 is hosted by Travis Miles, who starts the game as an anxious, stumbling presence behind the mic, and can be helped, through a companion quest, to develop genuine confidence and skill as a broadcaster. The arc of Travis's development, from nervous amateur to capable professional, happening in parallel with the player's own journey through the Commonwealth, is one of the quietest character arcs in the game, and one of the most satisfying. The music itself creates a continuous emotional undertow in the Fallout games. You hear, "I don't want to set the world on fire" for the first time over the opening of Fallout 3, and then you hear it again years later in a different context, and the accumulated resonance of what you've associated it with makes it something the original recording never was, and couldn't have been. The song becomes part of your personal history with the Wasteland. Part 17. The Followers, the Boomers, and the Smaller Stories. Not every significant faction in Fallout has an army. Some of the most important ones have books and medicine and a particular stubborn belief that knowledge is the most important resource in the Wasteland. The Followers of the Apocalypse are one of the oldest surviving organizations in post-war California. Founded in the ruins of Los Angeles in the decades after the Great War, the Followers began as a community of scholars and caregivers who believed that the best service they could render to the Wasteland was education and medicine, not power, not territory, not the collection of weapons or the accumulation of political authority, just the spreading of knowledge and the healing of the sick, offered freely to anyone who needed it. The clinic in Freeside, the section of New Vegas outside the strip where the poor and the desperate cluster, is one of the most quietly moving places in all of New Vegas. Not because it's impressive, it's not. It's a small converted building with limited supplies and overworked staff, but because of what it represents. 200 years after the war, someone built a free clinic for the people who couldn't afford anything else. That is an act of civilization. The Boomers, the tribe that lives at Nellis Air Force Base in New Vegas, are one of the franchise's strangest and most fully realized communities. They are the descendants of survivors who emerged from Vault 34, a vault stocked with enormous quantities of weapons and ammunition. The Boomers who reached Nellis found an operational Air Force base, complete with armaments they quickly learned to use. They have been firing artillery at anyone who approaches Nellis for decades, not because they're evil, but because they have been burned by outsiders repeatedly and have decided that the safest relationship with the wider world is to maintain a perimeter that no one sane would cross. They have art. They have schools. Getting past the Boomers' artillery long enough to talk to them is one of New Vegas's more memorable early challenges. Realizing, once you're inside, that they're people who have just built a fortress around their trauma, that's the kind of thing that makes the game work. The Kings, who operate in Freeside, were founded in the ruins of a building that had been a music school before the war, built around a collection of Elvis Presley memorabilia and performance recordings that survived intact. They are a gang, but a gang with an aesthetic, and their leader, a man called simply the King, has genuine dignity and genuine care for the community he protects. Joshua Graham, the Burned Man, the former legate of Caesar's Legion, who was lit on fire and thrown into the Grand Canyon as punishment for the failure at the First Battle of Hoover Dam, and who somehow survived, lives among the Dead Horses tribe in Zion National Park as their military advisor. His story is one of the most complex character studies in the franchise. A man who did terrible things, who has survived both literal fire and the figurative fire of his own guilt, who has found something that might be redemption in a quiet valley in Utah. His faith and his violence coexist without easy resolution. Whether what he has found constitutes redemption is something the game deliberately leaves open. The player brings their own answer. Part 18. Details and moments that linger. We are in the final stretch now. The night has gotten deep, and the stories have gotten quieter. And this is the part where we wander rather than march, picking up the small objects, the curious details, the pieces of Fallout's world that don't fit neatly into any category, but deserve to be remembered. Codsworth, the robot butler in Fallout 4, has been faithfully maintaining the player character's house in Sanctuary Hills for 210 years. He has kept the house, he has tended the garden, or tried to. He has talked to himself, presumably, in the absence of any family to talk to, maintaining the protocols of helpfulness and service that are his programming in a world where there was no one left to help or serve. When you meet him after emerging from the vault, his first words are about what's been kept up and what needs attention and whether you'd like a cup of tea. The gap between the normality of his manner and the 2 centuries of solitude it represents is enormous. and he doesn't have the vocabulary to bridge it. He can only do what he was built to do, in a world that no longer needs what he was built for, with a cheerfulness that is both touching and heartbreaking. Lily Bowen, the super mutant grandmother companion in New Vegas, was a normal old woman before she was captured and dipped, a grandmother from a vault community whose transformation into a super mutant did not erase her memories, just surrounded them with everything else. She still remembers her grandchildren. She still calls them by name. She has made them the focal point of the identity she maintains against the tendency toward feralization. The schizophrenia medication she takes mutes the voices in her head that urge violence. The quest her companion's storyline is built around asks whether she should continue taking it, knowing that the medication also dims her memories of her grandchildren, or stop taking it and risk losing herself entirely. There is no good answer. Both paths mean losing something. Lily chooses her own way, and the game respects that. There is a small island off the coast of the Commonwealth, where a ghoul named Phyllis Daly runs an old marina. She has been there since before the war, operated the marina in the days when people went on harbor tours of Boston Bay, and after the bombs fell, she just stayed. The tourists stopped coming, but she stayed. She has been running the marina, alone, for 200 years. She doesn't want to talk about it much. The implications of that are rich enough to fill a story by themselves. The survivalist, whose story is told entirely through journal entries scattered across the Honest Hearts DLC for New Vegas, is one of the most fully realized secondary narratives in the franchise. Randall Clark was a pre-war veteran who survived the Great War alone in the canyon country of Utah, eventually coming to know the tribal peoples who lived there and choosing, in the end, to sacrifice himself so that they could survive. His journals document decades of solitary survival, the loneliness, the close calls, the gradual transformation from a man defined by loss into a man defined by purpose. He never appears in the game. You know him entirely through what he wrote, and he feels more real than many characters who speak to you directly. The small memorial near Rivet City in Fallout 3, commemorating the crew of a pre-war aircraft carrier sunk during the Sino-American War, has clearly been maintained over the years. The inscription is still legible. Someone has been keeping this small piece of mourning alive for 200 years. It is not a quest objective. It serves no mechanical purpose. It is simply there because the people of the wasteland have not entirely forgotten that the names of the lost deserve to be kept. The terminal entry in a ruined office in the capital wasteland, left by a middle manager doing performance reviews on the morning of the 23rd of October 2077, captures something no dramatic set piece can achieve. The review is about a subordinate's attendance record and failure to meet quarterly targets. It is written in the clipped, impersonal language of corporate bureaucracy, with no indication that the person writing it had any awareness of what was coming. They were doing their job, right up until the end. The world ended on an ordinary Tuesday while someone was doing their quarterly reviews. That is the most terrible thing about it. Part 19. What the Wasteland Means. Here is something to hold as the night deepens around you. The world of Fallout is, by the time of most of the games, 200 years into its aftermath. Not the raw, immediate aftermath, the deep aftermath. The aftermath where the people who remember the pre-war world are ghouls and occasional survivors in life support chambers, where what the pre-war world was is something you can only piece together from ruins and recordings and the objects left behind in buildings that have not been touched since 2077. And yet people keep asking about it. They keep looking for the old world in the new one, trying to understand what happened and why. The question that the Wasteland keeps asking, through the factions and the holotapes and the terminal entries and the small human stories in the ruins, is the same question that post-catastrophe stories have always asked. Not what happened. We know what happened. The answer to that is the mushroom clouds over every American city on the 23rd of October, 2077. The question is, what do we do with what happened? Do we try to rebuild the old world? The NCR's answer is yes, or at least its aspiration. Do we build something completely new? The tribal community's answer. Do we seize the moment of chaos to enforce a new order? Caesar's answer. Do we retreat into technology and wait for the surface world to become worthy of our attention? The Institute's answer. Do we preserve knowledge and power for the day when the world is ready to use it wisely? The Brotherhood's answer. Every faction is an answer to the same question. Every quest is a variation on the same theme. Every settlement being built in the ruins is a statement about what comes next. None of them are entirely wrong. None of them are entirely right. The wasteland doesn't offer clean solutions, because the world that created the wasteland didn't have clean solutions. What it offers is the necessity of choice, the reality of consequence, and the persistent possibility of doing something better than what was done before. War never changes, but the people who fight wars change. The people who survive wars change. The people who build in the aftermath of wars change. The very fact of their building, their persistence, their refusal to accept that this is how it has to be forever. That is what the franchise ultimately celebrates, even in its darkest moments. There is a particular kind of hope that runs through the Fallout franchise like a thread through frayed fabric. It is not the naive hope of the pre-war advertisements, the Vault Boys' eternal thumbs up, the cheerful promise of a future that never arrived. It is the quieter, tougher hope of people who have survived something terrible and decided, for reasons that don't fully make sense and don't fully need to build something anyway. A settlement in the ruins of a city that nobody can remember the old name of. A garden where nothing should grow, growing. A radio station broadcasting into the empty distance, playing songs that nobody is old enough to remember, but that reach through the static and find the people who need to hear them. Finale. The radio is still playing. Here is the image to carry into sleep. A radio tower, somewhere in the wasteland, 200 and some years after the Great War. The tower is rusted and slightly crooked, having survived 2 centuries of weather and neglect, and the occasional structural impact from wandering creatures. At its base, a generator runs on a small fusion cell, powering the transmitter. The transmitter runs the radio station. The radio station plays music. The music is playing right now, this moment, in the Fallout universe. Somewhere on the wasteland airwaves, an old song is going out. The signal travels through the radioactive air, past the ruins of what were once suburbs and downtowns, and industrial parks and shopping centers, past the ghoul communities and the Brotherhood patrols, and the Deathclaw territories, and the super mutant camps, past the settlements where people are already asleep in their makeshift beds, past the traders still moving along the roads in the dark, past the guards on their night watches looking out over quiet desert, past the whole vast living world of the post-apocalypse. The song goes out, and someone, somewhere, hears it. A farmer in the Commonwealth, sitting on the steps of their settler cabin, listening to a beat-up radio that barely picks up the signal, but picks it up enough. A Brotherhood scribe in their bunk, earphones in, running out the end of a long day by letting the old music play. A ghoul who has been alive since before the music was made, hearing it again and remembering exactly when they first heard it, where they were, who they were with, what the world smelled like that day, what they were wearing, whether the person next to them sang along or just listened. The old songs have a quality that nothing else quite has. They belong to everyone who has ever heard them. The ink spots don't know about the wasteland. They recorded their songs in studios in New York City, and the records were pressed and distributed and played on radios that ran on electricity from a grid that no longer exists, and eventually the recordings were digitized, and those digital files ended up on servers, and those servers ended up in the basements of radio stations that ended up in the ruins, and the ruins ended up in the wasteland. The songs survived because songs are harder to kill than buildings. There is a holotape somewhere in the Commonwealth, left by a woman named Catriona Ashford. She had survived the Great War in a basement with her neighbors, 6 of them altogether, and the holotape is from about 3 years afterward, when 2 of the 6 were still alive, and they had figured out how to grow food and filter water and keep their little shelter running. The tape is mundane. She is recording what she had for dinner. She is talking about the weather. She is talking about a friend who is doing better after an infection that had looked dangerous. The tape ends with this: "I'm going to find out what's east of here next month. Maria thinks there might be other people." I think there probably are. There are always other people. There are always other people. That is the whole of Fallout's philosophy. In the end, the Great War tried to end the story, and the story continued, because there were always other people, stubborn and creative and wounded and hopeful in the way that humans are hopeful, not because the evidence supports it, but because the alternative is unacceptable. The wasteland is not a ruin. It is a workshop. It is the place where the next things are being built from the materials of the last things. It is the long, hard, creative work of people who did not choose their circumstances and have chosen what to do with them anyway. Fallout is, in its bones, a love letter to that resilience, wrapped in the aesthetics of a 1950s apocalypse, set to a radio playing old songs out of speakers that have not stopped working in 2 centuries. The bottle caps clink in someone's pocket somewhere on the strip, the universal currency of a world that had to invent money from scratch, and did, practically and elegantly, from what was available. The power armor stands quiet in its storage frame, fusion core removed, waiting. The Brotherhood patrols something they believe in. The NCR processes paperwork about something they believe in. The ghoul who has been alive for more than 200 years is sitting somewhere quiet, not sleeping because she does not really sleep anymore, remembering something from before the bombs. A particular afternoon, a particular light, a particular person saying something ordinary that she has carried with her across 2 centuries, because it was ordinary, and ordinary things are the ones that last. The death claws in the hills, the rad scorpions in the old riverbed, the glowing ones drifting through the dark, their soft green light, the only illumination for miles. The super mutants arguing about something in the ruins of a building that used to be a library, 200 years ago, before anyone understood what libraries were for. The survivors, all the different kinds of survivors, building things from the pieces of other things, the way they always have, the way they always will. The wasteland is quiet now. The long night has settled in. The orange sky has faded to whatever the wasteland calls dark. The radio is a small warmth somewhere in the distance, old music carrying across miles of ruin, reaching whoever is still awake and needs to hear something made before the end. Let your breathing slow. You have walked a long way through this world tonight. From the pre-war suburbs, with their Nuka-Cola machines and their nuclear cars and their cheerful Vault Boy advertisements, all the way through the Great War and the long silence after, through the Vault experiments and the ghouls and the super mutants, through the Brotherhood of Steel and the Enclave and the New California Republic, through New Vegas and the Mojave and the Commonwealth and Appalachia, through the synths and the Minutemen and the radio stations and the small, enduring human stories in the ruins of a world that ended and kept going. That is a lot of history to hold, a lot of people to remember. A lot of choices and consequences and stories that branch and rejoin and disappear into the wasteland dust. But here is the thing to remember, if you remember anything. The world of Fallout ended, and then it kept going. The bombs fell on the 23rd of October, 2077, and the fires burned, and the radiation spread, and the survivors crawled out of their shelters into a landscape that should have made civilization impossible. And they built civilization anyway. Not the civilization they had before. That one is gone. Its cities in ruins, its institutions dissolved, its certainties scattered to the radioactive wind. But something new, shaped by what came before but not imprisoned by it. Something that carries the memory of what was lost while reaching, however unevenly, towards something better. There are always other people. There is always someone building something. There is always a radio tower somewhere, still transmitting. The old songs still going out into the dark, still finding the people who need to hear them. Maybe you'll think of me when you are all that's alone. Maybe the one who is waiting for you will prove untrue. Then what will you do? Maybe you'll sit and sigh, wishing that I were near. Then maybe you'll ask me to come back again, and maybe I'll say maybe. The music is still playing. Sleep well, wanderer. The wasteland will be here when you wake up. And if you enjoyed this journey through the world of Fallout, please subscribe and leave a comment below. Tell us where you are watching from and what time it is. Every comment is a small light in the dark, a voice saying, there are other people out here, still listening, still building something, just like the wasteland always has. End of 4 hours of Fallout facts to help you sleep easily. Extended Section 1. The Great War's Survivors' Individual Stories from the First Generation. The Great War is usually discussed in terms of its scale. 2 hours, hundreds of millions dead, cities reduced to glass and slag across the entire continental United States. The scope of it is difficult to hold in the mind, and so we talk about it in aggregate, the way people always talk about catastrophes too large to fully see. But the Great War was also, at its most fundamental level, a collection of individual moments, Each person who survived it had their own particular story of where they were when the bombs fell, what they did in the minutes and hours afterward, who they found or failed to find in the chaos that followed. The Fallout games preserve some of these stories in holotapes and terminal entries, fragments of individual experience that accumulate into something approaching the full picture. Consider the kind of stories that survive in the Wasteland's archives. A maintenance worker who was in a subway tunnel when the first detonations hit, who stayed underground for 3 weeks living on vending machine snacks before finally deciding that waiting any longer wasn't going to change what waited above. A librarian who organized the remaining books in her branch while the world burned outside, alphabetizing, categorizing, preserving order in the small space where order was still possible. A pediatrician who kept his clinic open for as long as there were children to treat, using whatever supplies he had, improvising treatments for radiation sickness that were almost certainly inadequate, doing it anyway, because doing nothing was not something he was capable of. These people don't have names in the games, mostly. They exist as the authors of found documents, their identities reconstructed from the evidence of their lives rather than stated directly. But they are as real as any named character in the franchise. And their small heroisms, their small failures, their attempts to make sense of what had happened, are the texture of the early post-war world in a way that the large faction histories can't quite capture. The first generation of Wastelanders had something that no subsequent generation would have. They remembered. Not just the pre-war world in general, but specific things. The way a particular restaurant smelled, the sound of traffic on a specific street, the quality of light through a window in a building that was now rubble. They carried these memories with them into the wasteland, and the memories made the wasteland stranger and more painful than it would have been for someone born into it. For the children born after the Great War, born into the wasteland, the ruins were simply the world. They didn't mourn what they had never known. They learned how things worked in the world as they found it, developed skills appropriate to that world, built lives that were shaped by the wasteland's realities rather than fighting against them. In certain ways, they adapted better than the first generation. They were not haunted by the memory of how things should have been, but they also lost something. The specific, irreplaceable knowledge of before, the texture of the pre-war world as it was actually lived, not as it was recorded or reconstructed. The generation that remembered is dying out, even among the ghouls, and what they knew will eventually be gone entirely. The old world exists now only in what it left behind, the buildings that are still standing, the holotapes that are still playable, the terminal entries that are still readable, the songs that are still playing on automated radio stations. These are the dead world's messages to the living one, and they carry a particular kind of weight that only increases with time. There is a terminal entry in a ruined office in the capital wasteland that describes, in careful detail, the view from a specific window on a specific morning in October 2077. The author was recording this description not because it was extraordinary, but because they had a feeling, not quite specific enough to be a premonition, that they might want to remember it. The description is of ordinary things: the color of the sky, the sound of cars passing on the street below, the way the light fell through the glass and made a particular pattern on the floor. The author finishes the entry by noting that they needed to get back to work. They never wrote another entry. That morning is preserved now in the wasteland, in a building that has been empty for 2 centuries, waiting to be read by someone who will understand what they are looking at. An ordinary morning, the last ordinary morning. The thing that makes it terrible is not what it describes, but what it doesn't know it is. Extended Section 2, the geography of the wasteland, specific places, and what they mean. The American landscape of the Fallout games is not simply a generic post-apocalyptic backdrop. It is composed of specific places with specific histories, and the game's developers spent enormous effort making these places feel like real locations in ruins rather than abstract wastelands. The capital wasteland of Fallout 3 is the ruins of Washington, D.C., and the surrounding Virginia and Maryland suburbs, which means that every major landmark in the area carries the weight of what it meant before and what it means now. The Washington Monument still stands, its white obelisk rising through the orange sky, and it is still the most recognizable piece of architecture in the wasteland. but it now serves as the headquarters of Three Dogs Galaxy News Radio, a broadcasting antenna for a DJ who believes that the sounds going out over the airwaves keep the wasteland human. The symbol of American unity has become a radio tower, which is either a degradation or a continuation depending on your perspective. The Lincoln Memorial, where in the game a community of former slaves has taken shelter and declared their freedom from the slavers who operate in the region, carries an obvious historical resonance that the game handles with more care than you might expect. The memorial that commemorates the president who issued the Emancipation Proclamation now shelters people trying to escape a system of slavery that has emerged from the wreckage of civilization. The old symbol doesn't just sit there decoratively, it is actively being used in the way it was intended. The mall, the long green park between the Capitol and the Lincoln Memorial, that in the real world is the site of museums and monuments and national gatherings, is in Fallout 3 a battlefield. Super mutants have established themselves at one end. The Talon Company mercenaries patrol another section. The ruins of the Smithsonian museums, their collections still partially intact, are scattered along its length. The Science Museum, where the original Air Force One is on display. The Natural History Museum, where a tribe of ghouls calling themselves the Underworld has established a community. The Art Museum, empty and silent. The New Vegas of Fallout. New Vegas is built around the real Las Vegas Strip, and the game's geography closely mirrors the actual geography of the city. Fremont Street is rendered as the Freeside slum outside the Strip. The actual casino names have been changed to Fallout-specific names. The Lucky 38 for the Stratosphere, the Tops for the Riviera, the Ultra Luxe for the Old Sands. But the layout and the spirit are recognizable. When Mr. House looks out over his city from the top of the Lucky 38, he is looking out over a version of Las Vegas that is simultaneously fictional and unmistakably itself. Hoover Dam, the centerpiece of the New Vegas conflict, is rendered at its actual scale and location, which means that when you stand on the dam's walkway and look down at the Colorado River flowing through the gap in the canyon walls, the view is something like the real view. The dam still generates electricity after more than 2 centuries of operation, maintained by the NCR's engineers. It is the only reason the lights are on in New Vegas. The conflict over who controls the dam is, at its most fundamental level, a conflict over who controls the light in a world that has been dark for a long time. The Commonwealth of Fallout 4 is the ruins of Boston, and the game's geography is remarkably faithful to the actual layout of the city. The Freedom Trail, the historical walking path through downtown Boston that connects sites of the Revolutionary War, appears in Fallout 4 as both a physical trail through the ruins and the route to the railroad's headquarters. The Boston Common, the Bunker Hill Monument, the Old North Church, Faneuil Hall, the waterfront, Harvard University, now the Institute's above-ground research station. All of these places appear in the game in forms that anyone familiar with real Boston would recognize. The specificity matters because it creates a texture of loss that a generic landscape can't achieve. When you walk through the ruins of Fenway Park, which the settlers have turned into Diamond City, the settlement that is the most important civilian community in the Commonwealth, you are walking through a place that millions of real people have visited and loved, and the ruins carry the weight of all that attachment. The game didn't need to use Fenway Park. It chose to, and that choice is part of what makes the Commonwealth feel like a real place that was lost rather than a fictional one. Appalachia in Fallout 76 is the rolling hills and mountains of West Virginia, and again, the geography is specific and recognizable. The New River Gorge, the Ash Heap mining region, the Savage Divide of the Allegheny Mountains, the Cranberry Bog, the forest. All of these regions are based on real West Virginia geographies and carry their particular atmospheres into the game. The state's history of coal mining and industrial labor is woven into the wasteland's landscape in ways that make the post-war ruins feel continuous with the pre-war history, rather than separate from it. Extended Section 3. The Philosophy of Fallout. What the franchise is really arguing. The Fallout franchise is, among other things, a sustained philosophical argument, not a polemic, not a simple political message, but a genuine engagement with ideas about civilization, technology, governance, and human nature that plays out across hundreds of hours of gameplay and multiple decades of development. The central tension in the franchise is between two views of what technology is and what it means for human society. The first view, represented most clearly by the pre-war United States and its corporate governmental partnership, is that technology is inherently progressive, that the accumulation of technological capability is equivalent to the improvement of the human condition, that more powerful tools produce better outcomes, almost by definition. This view is not strawmanned in the games. The pre-war world did achieve remarkable things. The power armor, the fusion cells, the robots, the medical technology, all of these represent genuine achievements. The pre-war world was, by many metrics, extraordinarily capable. But the franchise argues, consistently across every game, that this view is incomplete, to the point of being dangerous. Capability without wisdom, power without accountability, technological achievement without consideration of consequences, these produce the Great War. The FEV was a remarkable achievement. It was also a catastrophe. The vaults were an engineering marvel. They were also a horror show. The nuclear cars solved an energy problem. They also filled the wasteland with miniature nuclear reactors waiting to detonate. Every technological achievement in the pre-war world came with a shadow, and the Great War is what happens when you stop paying attention to the shadows. The Brotherhood of Steel represents one response to this: control. If technology is dangerous in the wrong hands, then you establish an institution to ensure it stays in the right ones. The problem with this response, which the games work through patiently across multiple iterations of the Brotherhood, is that deciding who has the right hands requires an enormous amount of power, and that power tends to corrupt the institution entrusted with it. The Brotherhood becomes, by degrees, less about responsible stewardship and more about the preservation of its own authority. The control becomes an end in itself. The Institute represents a different response: separation. If the surface world is too chaotic and too dangerous to use advanced technology wisely, then you remove yourself from it. You build a clean space where smart people can do good work without being contaminated by the wasteland's dysfunction. The problem with this response, which Fallout 4 explores with genuine sympathy for the Institute's scientists, even as it exposes the institution's fundamental wrongness, is that separation from the human consequences of your work makes it very easy to stop seeing those consequences as real. The Institute's synth program is possible because the Institute's scientists have insulated themselves so thoroughly from the world of the people they are using as raw material that those people have ceased to feel real to them. The NCR represents a third response: restoration. Take what worked before and rebuild it. Democracy, rule of law, individual rights, trade, these things worked, or at least worked better than the alternatives, and the project of civilization is the project of restoring them. The problem with this response, which Fallout, New Vegas explores with unflinching clarity, is that the things that worked before also failed before. The pre-war United States that the NCR is trying to restore was also the United States that authorized the Vault experiments, and the FEV research, and the shadow government that became the Enclave. Restoring the form without addressing the underlying failures might just produce another great war. Caesar's response is the darkest mirror of all: destruction as creation. Clear away the failed institutions, the failed ideologies, the failed people, and build something entirely new from the nothing that remains. The problem with this response doesn't need much elaboration. It requires enormous violence and produces something that, as the game notes through multiple characters, will not survive its own founder. The franchise does not offer a clean answer to these competing responses because there is no clean answer. What it offers instead is the process of examining them, of understanding why each one is tempting and what each one costs. The player who engages seriously with Fallout's ideological landscape comes out of it not with a political program, but with a heightened awareness of the ways that good intentions can produce terrible outcomes, of the difficulty of building institutions that remain accountable over time, of the particular danger of combining great power with the certainty that you know how to use it wisely. This is, in the end, what makes Fallout more than an entertaining franchise. It is using the particular freedom of the post-apocalyptic genre, the freedom to strip society down to its foundations and ask what those foundations are, to conduct a sustained examination of questions that matter in the real world, not by preaching, not by telling players what to think, but by showing them a world full of people who thought they knew the right answers and building the consequences of their certainty into the landscape the player explores. Extended Section 4: Companions and Connection, the human heart of the franchise. At the center of every Fallout game, beneath the factions and the philosophy and the lore, are the relationships between the player character and the people they meet and travel with. These relationships are what make the franchise feel human rather than merely interesting. And the companion characters in particular represent some of the finest character writing in the medium. The companions in New Vegas are often cited as the gold standard for RPG companion design, and the reason is that each of them is built around a genuine psychological question rather than a set of combat abilities or a faction affiliation. Their gameplay utility matters, of course, but what makes them memorable is the personal question their presence raises. Boone's question is about guilt and responsibility. He participated in a massacre at a place called Bitter Springs, where NCR soldiers killed a large number of civilians, including women and children who had been fleeing an ambush. Boone was following orders. He knew the orders were wrong. He followed them anyway. His companion quest is not about defeating a villain or resolving a conflict. It is about whether it is possible to live with having done something you know was wrong, and what form that living takes. The game does not offer him easy absolution. What it offers is the possibility of continuing, which is not the same thing as forgiveness, but is, perhaps, what is actually available. Veronica's question is about loyalty and identity. She is a member of the Brotherhood of Steel, who has watched the Brotherhood she joined become something she doesn't recognize, an institution whose conservatism has curdled into irrelevance, whose refusal to engage with the world has isolated it from the people it was meant to serve. Her question is whether loyalty to an institution that has stopped representing its own stated values is a virtue or a failure. Her companion quest asks her, and asks the player, to choose between maintaining an identity built around belonging to a particular group and maintaining the values that originally made belonging to that group meaningful. Arcade Ganon's question is about heritage and complicity. He is the child of Enclave members. He did not choose his parents. He did not participate in the Enclave's atrocities, but he carries the Enclave's history in his blood and in the knowledge that he absorbed growing up, and he cannot entirely separate himself from what that history means. His companion quest is about whether it is possible to use the capabilities that came from a corrupt source in service of something better, and whether doing so redeems the source or merely perpetuates its legacy. The companions in Fallout 4, while differently designed, ask their own questions. Nick Valentine is a synth detective who has the memories of a pre-war human stored in his artificial consciousness, memories that don't belong to him biologically but feel like his own. And his question is about the nature of identity and whether the continuity of memory constitutes continuity of self. Piper Wright is a journalist in a world without functioning institutions, trying to hold power accountable with a newspaper that most people use primarily for starting fires. And her question is about whether integrity is possible in an environment designed to make integrity impossible. Dance is a Brotherhood paladin who discovers, in the course of his companion quest, that he is himself a synth, the thing his entire identity has been built around opposing. And his question is about what you do when the foundation of your identity turns out to be false. These characters work because they are not resolved by their companion quests. The quests don't answer their questions. They help the characters and the player engage with them more fully. Boone doesn't achieve peace at the end of his quest. Veronica doesn't find certainty about her future. Arcade doesn't receive absolution. What they achieve is a clearer understanding of their own situation, and that clarity, even when it is painful, is valuable. The franchise's best companions are, in this way, among the most honest explorations of what it means to be a person in a world that doesn't make it easy to be one. They are not heroes or villains. They are people who have been shaped by their circumstances into particular configurations of strength and vulnerability, trying to navigate a world that offers no clean paths forward, just like everyone else in the wasteland, just like everyone else in general. Extended Section 5: The Wasteland's Architecture Buildings as History. The built environment of the Fallout wasteland is among the most carefully considered aspects of the franchise's design, And understanding how the games use buildings tells you something important about how they construct the experience of inhabiting a post-apocalyptic world. Every building in the wasteland is a story. Not metaphorically, but literally. Every building that appears in a Fallout game was designed with a specific history in mind, a pre-war identity that shaped its current state. The pre-war function of a building determines what you find in it, what threats it contains, what lore it preserves, and what atmosphere it projects. Pre-war hospitals become particularly important locations in the games. They contain medical supplies that are extremely valuable in the wasteland, which means they also tend to be heavily defended by raiders or other factions. But they also contain something else: the records of pre-war medicine, the terminal entries of doctors who kept treating patients right up until they couldn't anymore, the evidence of the last moments of a healthcare system before the infrastructure it depended on ceased to exist. The combination of practical value, danger, and historical weight makes hospitals among the most complex environments in the games. Pre-war schools are quieter places, usually. They contain fewer valuable resources, and therefore fewer dangerous defenders. What they tend to contain instead is the evidence of education, the textbooks and the lesson plans, and the artwork left on the walls, and the lockers with the contents of children's lives, frozen at the moment the bombs fell. A lunchbox never retrieved, a library book still checked out, a drawing taped to a locker that has been there for 200 years. Pre-war supermarkets are often the first substantial buildings the player explores in the games, because they were designed to be accessible, and they contain food, which is a basic survival resource. But they also contain something that's easy to miss: the evidence of ordinary commerce, the price stickers still on the shelves, the shopping carts still in the parking lot, the promotional displays for products that were already obsolete when the bombs fell. The supermarket is the pre-war world in its most everyday form, and standing in the ruins of one, surrounded by the faded packaging of products that no one has manufactured in 2 centuries, produces a particular kind of melancholy that more dramatic locations often don't. The banks of the pre-war world, now targets for raiders or Brotherhood patrols, contain the financial records of a civilization's final years. Safe deposit boxes with their contents still inside. Loan applications that were never processed. Foreclosure notices that were never served. The whole apparatus of pre-war finance, frozen in time, documenting the financial transactions of people who had no idea that the currency these documents referred to would become worthless before they could be filed. Churches and religious buildings in the wasteland tend to have been converted to other uses, or they stand empty, or they have become the homes of religious movements that have evolved to incorporate the post-war reality into their theology. The children of Adam worship nuclear radiation as a divine force, and their chapels are built around bomb craters and irradiated zones, the sites of the bomb's detonations treated as sacred spaces. The Hubologists in Fallout 2 represent a different kind of post-war religion, a group that has taken pre-war fringe beliefs and adapted them to the wasteland context. The ruins of government buildings are perhaps the most haunted locations in the wasteland. The offices of federal agencies, the halls of state legislatures, the courthouses and the customs houses, and the post offices, these were the physical infrastructure of a governing apparatus that no longer exists. The papers still in the filing cabinets, the official seals still on the walls, the flags still faded but visible in the corners, all of it speaks of an institution that believed, right up until the end, that it would continue. The post-war reality has made a particular kind of archaeology of governance, where you can walk through the physical remains of a civilization's self-understanding and trace, in the decay of its buildings, the story of its end. Extended Section 6, Time, Memory, and the Weight of 2 Centuries. One of the things that Fallout does that most post-apocalyptic fiction doesn't is give the catastrophe time to settle. Most post-apocalyptic stories are set in the immediate aftermath, or within a generation or two of the catastrophe, when the memories of the before are still fresh, and the contrast between what was and what is drives the emotional engine of the story. Fallout is set 200 years after the bombs fell. 200 years, 7 or 8 generations. The people who remember the pre-war world directly are either dead or ghouls, and even among the ghouls, those who were adults in 2077 are a diminishing population. The wasteland has had time, more time than any post-apocalyptic story usually allows. And what that time has done to the world is one of the most interesting aspects of the franchise. It means that the Wasteland has developed its own history. The NCR's founding by Aradesh and Tandy, the Brotherhood of Steel's various splits and reconciliations, the Master's Army and its defeat, the First Battle of Hoover Dam, the fall of Shady Sands, all of these events are historical now. They happened decades or centuries ago. The people who participated in them are dead. They exist now as stories, as the kind of stories that communities tell about their own past, selectively remembered and partly mythologized. It means that the ruins have had time to be partially reclaimed, not by human civilization, which has built new communities in and around the ruins rather than restoring them, but by nature. The grass is growing back in places. The trees have pushed through cracks in the asphalt. Birds and animals have moved through the ruins for long enough to establish themselves as part of the landscape. The wasteland is not just ruins. It is ruins and wilderness mixed together, the two intertwined in ways that are sometimes beautiful and always eerie. It means that the objects that were ordinary in the pre-war world have had 2 centuries to acquire the patina of antiquity. The Nuka-Cola bottle is not just a familiar consumer product turned to wasteland currency. It is a 200-year-old artifact of a vanished civilization, a piece of material culture that has survived the end of the culture that produced it. The Pip-Boy on the Vault Dweller's wrist is not a piece of contemporary technology. It is a museum piece that still works. The pre-war cars parked in the streets are not modern vehicles. They are ancient, impossible vehicles, nuclear-powered relics from a world that made very different choices from ours. 200 years of time also means 200 years of stories that have been lost. The people who lived and died in the first generation after the Great War, who built the first communities, and made the first decisions that would shape everything that followed, are not remembered as individuals in most of the wasteland. They are the unnamed ancestors, the people who cleared the first rubble and planted the first post-war gardens and traded the first caps and formed the first primitive governments. Their lives were as full and as meaningful as any other lives, and they are gone without a trace, absorbed into the general category of after the Great War. The only exception is the ghouls, who were there, who remember, who carry 200 years of specific individual memory in their irradiated ancient bodies. The oldest ghouls are not just long-lived. They are the last living connection to a world that exists otherwise only in ruins and recordings. When they die, and eventually they will die, the last direct experience of the pre-war world will be gone. There is something that the Fallout franchise understands about time that is not always obvious in its most action-focused moments, but is always present in its quieter ones. The past is not fixed. It changes as the people who remember it die, and as the stories told about it shift, and as the evidence it left behind degrades or is reinterpreted. The Wasteland of 2277 has a particular relationship to the pre-war world, shaped by 200 years of specific history. The Wasteland of 2377, if the franchise ever goes there, would have a different relationship, shaped by another 100 years of different specific history. The past that is remembered is always, to some extent, the past as it was useful for the present to remember. The Fallout franchise, taken as a whole, is itself an act of memory. It is remembering a world that never existed, in a mode of attention that we normally reserve for things that did exist but are now gone. That the fictional pre-war world of Fallout produces in its players something very like the emotion of historical loss, the particular feeling of mourning, a world you never knew but can almost see in the ruins it left behind, is one of the most remarkable things about it. Extended Section 7, The Children of the Wasteland, growing up after the end. The Fallout games rarely focus on children, and when they do appear, they tend to be in the background. Settler children playing in the courtyard of a settlement, vault children doing their lessons, the occasional orphan the player can help or ignore. But the question of what it means to grow up in the wasteland is present throughout the franchise, and it is a question worth dwelling on. The children born after the Great War, the first wasteland generation, were born into a world that was objectively more dangerous and more resource-scarce than the world their parents had known. They grew up with radiation in the soil and mutated creatures in the wilderness, and the ever-present reality of violence from other survivors. They did not have the tools of the pre-war world, the infrastructure, the institutions, the accumulated social capital that made ordinary life possible. What they had was what their parents managed to preserve or rebuild. But they also had something their parents didn't, an undivided relationship with the world as it was. The first wasteland generation didn't mourn the supermarkets and the electricity and the clean water because they had never experienced them. The world they knew was the only world there was. They adapted to it with the complete adaptability of children, developing skills and values and ways of seeing things that were appropriate to the world they actually lived in, rather than the world their parents wished still existed. The education available to wasteland children varied enormously depending on where they were born. Vault children were educated systematically, with structured curricula designed to maintain and transmit the knowledge of the pre-war world: reading and writing, mathematics, the sciences, history, both real and the Vault-specific mythology that every Vault developed around its own founding and purpose. This education made Vault-born individuals unusually capable in certain respects, but also unusually unprepared for the practical realities of the wasteland, as the games explore repeatedly through the experience of Vault dwellers who emerge into a world they were educated about but have never experienced. Children born in trading communities like the Hub had a more practical education, oriented toward commerce and survival and the specific knowledge needed to thrive in the trading economy. They learned numbers for calculation rather than for their own sake, literacy for record-keeping rather than for literature, geography as a practical tool rather than an abstract subject. Their education produced competence within a specific context without much preparation for contexts outside it. Children born in tribal communities, in the various groups that formed in the wasteland, without strong connections to the pre-war world, often had the most complete adaptation to the wasteland's actual conditions. They learned survival skills from infancy, understood the dangers and resources of their specific territory intimately, developed the social cohesion of small groups under threat. What they often lacked was the broader knowledge base that would help them engage with the wider world and its inherited technologies and institutions. Little Lamplight in Fallout 3 is one of the franchise's most interesting explorations of the question of children in the wasteland. It is a community composed entirely of children, located in a cavern near Washington, D.C., founded by a group of children who were on a school trip when the Great War happened, and who survived by luck and resourcefulness. Children who age out of Little Lamplight at age 16 are expelled, and most go to a community called Big Town to try to make their way as adults. The community has maintained itself for generations, purely through the influx of new children, with the constant turnover of population, meaning that no individual member is ever old enough to have experienced anything else. The children of Little Lamplight are, in a particular sense, the Fallout franchise's argument about what human resilience actually looks like in practice, not the romantic, stoic resilience of adult survivors carrying the weight of their memories. The simple, matter-of-fact resilience of children who don't have an alternative model to mourn. They built their community from what they found. They maintain it with the resources available. They do not need it to be something else, because they have never known anything else. There is something both admirable and slightly heartbreaking about this, and the game holds both of those things at once. Extended Section 8. The Water Merchants, the Hub, and the Origins of the Post-War Economy. Before the NCR, before the followers of the apocalypse, before any of the institutions that would shape the post-war world of California, there was the Hub. And before the Hub was fully the Hub, there were the Water Merchants. Water is the limiting resource in the California wasteland in the years after the Great War. The nuclear exchange contaminated most surface water, and the underground aquifers were not uniformly accessible or uniformly uncontaminated. The regions that had access to clean water could support life. The regions that didn't could not. In the early post-war decades, the difference between survival and death often came down to whether you were close enough to a working water source, or whether someone with water was willing to trade. The water merchants recognized this before anyone else organized around it. They built water caravans, hired guards, established routes between sources and settlements. They were not, in the beginning, a unified organization. They were individual entrepreneurs who had identified the same opportunity and found themselves occupying the same economic niche. The hub grew up at the intersection of their routes because when you have multiple caravans converging on a central point for trade, you naturally develop the infrastructure for a city, places to stay, places to store goods, people who provide services to travelers, markets where goods can be exchanged. The hub's development from a trading post to a city is one of the best examples in the Fallout lore of how civilization builds itself organically from practical necessity. Nobody planned the hub. There was no founding document, no constitutional convention, no moment when someone decided to build a city here. There was just the accumulation of practical decisions by practical people, each individual decision reasonable on its own terms, each contributing to a larger pattern that nobody had foreseen. The water merchant's decision to back the cap currency with water, to offer to exchange bottle caps for water at a defined rate, was the key innovation that allowed the hub's economy to scale beyond barter. Barter works for small-scale exchange, where the parties to the exchange can directly evaluate each other's goods. It doesn't work well for large-scale trade networks, where you need a medium of exchange that can be passed between parties who never meet. The caps for water backing gave bottle caps a reliable value that didn't depend on the particular preferences of individual traders, which made them useful as money in the full sense. The water merchants of the hub are, in this way, the architects of the post-war economy in a sense that goes beyond their own commercial success. By establishing the institution of currency and creating the conditions for it to spread along the trading routes, they created the infrastructure for the broader economic recovery that eventually made the NCR possible. Without the hub and the water merchants and the cap currency, the NCR probably couldn't have formed in the way it did. The Republic was built on an economic foundation, and that foundation was built by traders who were just trying to do business. Extended Section 9. The Enclave's Science. What happened on the oil rig? The Enclave's primary base of operations after the Great War, the Control Station Enclave oil rig off the California coast, was not just a military facility or a political headquarters. It was also a research station, and the research conducted there for the decades after the Great War represents one of the most significant concentrations of scientific capability in the post-war world. The Enclave had evacuated before the bombs fell, a remarkable collection of scientific talent. This was part of their preparation. They understood that rebuilding civilization would require technical expertise, and so they recruited and preserved it. The scientists who ended up on the oil rig were not a random sample of pre-war science. They were people who had been specifically selected for their expertise in areas the Enclave considered strategically important: weapons development, genetics, energy, biological engineering, computer science, and medicine. The FEV research that eventually produced the Enclave's plan to use the virus as a genocidal weapon against the wasteland population was the most morally catastrophic product of this scientific community. But it was not the only significant research conducted there. The Enclave also made substantial advances in power armor technology, developing the advanced power armor variants that gave their soldiers a significant edge over anything else in the wasteland. They maintained and improved the vertibird aircraft that gave them strategic mobility no other faction could match. They developed medical technologies that were generations ahead of anything available in the wasteland. None of this technology was shared with the wasteland. The Enclave's policy of absolute secrecy, the same policy that had allowed them to operate as a shadow government for decades before the Great War, continued after it. What the Enclave developed, it kept. The scientific advances stayed on the oil rig, available only to Enclave members, used only in service of Enclave objectives. This is one of the most consequential decisions in the post-war history of the Fallout universe. If the Enclave had made different choices, if they had used their scientific resources to help the wasteland recover rather than to maintain their own isolation and plan their eventual return to power, the history of the next 2 centuries would have been radically different. There might have been no need for the FEV warfare against the wasteland population, because there would have been a wasteland population worth incorporating into the new civilization they were supposedly trying to build. There might have been a faster recovery, more settlements, better medicine, more people surviving the difficult early decades. Instead, the Enclave chose to wait, chose to keep their knowledge to themselves, chose to regard the wasteland and its inhabitants as a problem to be managed or eventually solved rather than a human population to be helped. The scientific legacy of the oil rig is scattered now. Some of it was destroyed when the Chosen One blew up the rig in Fallout 2. Some of it survived in the Raven Rock complex that the Enclave used as their East Coast headquarters before the events of Fallout 3. Some of it has been recovered by the Brotherhood of Steel, which has its own complex relationship with the Enclave's technological heritage. Some of it is still out there in unmarked facilities and caches, waiting to be found by whoever is patient enough to look. The oil rig itself is gone. The structure that housed the last functional remnant of the United States government for 25 years is at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, destroyed by a weapon developed in the very labs it housed. The Enclave's story ended the way the pre-war United States' story ended, in fire, and in the aftermath of decisions that seemed rational at the time and produced catastrophic results. Extended Section 10. What comes next? The future of the franchise and the wasteland. The Fallout franchise is, as of this telling, still actively expanding. The television series is continuing into new seasons and new territories. Bethesda is, at some point, going to make Fallout 5. The world that Tim Kaine and his small team at Interplay built in 1997 is still generating new stories, still finding new ways to explore the questions it was built around. The question of what comes next in the franchise's own fictional timeline is one that the games have carefully avoided answering too definitively. The endings of every Fallout game are possibilities, not certainties. The NCR might win the battle for the Mojave, or it might not, depending on the player's choices. The Institute might be destroyed or rebuilt or reformed. The Brotherhood might change or collapse or continue as it is. Every ending is one of many, and no single ending is canonical. This is, in a sense, the franchise's commitment to the openness of its own future. The wasteland is not on a track to any particular destination. It is a world in process, and the processes that will determine its eventual shape are still running. The franchise's commitment to multiple endings and non-canonical choices is a commitment to the idea that the future of the wasteland, like the future of any real world, is not determined. What we know is that the world of Fallout will continue to be rebuilt in ways that are unpredictable and contingent and shaped by the choices of people we haven't met yet. The factions we know will continue to evolve, as they have evolved across the games, sometimes in directions their founders would recognize, and sometimes in directions they wouldn't. New communities will form, old ones will collapse, the long, slow work of building something sustainable out of the ruins will continue. There are always other people. There is always someone building something. The wasteland will be there when you wake up. Extended Section 11. The Raiders, Why People Choose Violence. In every Fallout game, raiders are present. They populate the ruins between settlements. They attack caravans. They are the default, hostile human enemy, the human threat that exists alongside the mutated creatures and the environmental hazards. In the earliest games, they were mostly background, generic enemies whose main purpose was to provide combat encounters and explain why the wasteland was so dangerous. But as the franchise matured, the raiders became more interesting. Not all of them, not uniformly, but increasingly, the games began to ask the question that the franchise's broader intelligence demands be asked about every faction. Why? Why do people become raiders? What are the conditions that produce communities organized around predation rather than production? The answer, when you dig into it, is not simple. Some raiders are simply violent people who found a context in which violence was profitable and chose it. But this is a small minority of the total raider population, because violent people exist in roughly the same proportion in every population, and the wasteland has far more raiders than can be explained by individual pathology. The more substantial answer involves the structure of the wasteland economy and the limited options available to people born into communities without the resources to participate in productive trade. If you are born in a region with no water, no food, no tradable resources, no connection to the trading routes that link the wasteland's communities, your options for survival are extremely limited. You can die. You can move if you know where to go and can survive the journey. Or you can take from others, because taking from others works in the short term, even when it's destructive in the medium and long term. The powder gangers in New Vegas, the escaped convicts who have taken over a stretch of road between Good Springs and Prim, are a clear example of how context shapes the choice. These are not people who were born into raider communities. They are former prisoners who were being used as prison labor to repair a road when the opportunity to break free presented itself. Their transition from prisoners to raiders was rapid because the conditions that made raiding appealing, the combination of people with nothing to lose, weapons, and the experience of having been outside normal social structures, all converged at once. The Great Khans are a more complex example. Their history goes back to Vault 15, to the original community that emerged from that vault and split, with one faction choosing raiding as their way of life and developing it into a culture over generations. By the time of New Vegas, the Khans have been reduced, defeated, scattered, and partly reformed multiple times over 2 centuries. They maintain a cultural identity around their outlaw status, but many members of the community would prefer to live differently if different options were available. The questlines involving the Khans in New Vegas are partly about finding those different options and whether the community can accept them. The Raiders of the Capital Wasteland in Fallout 3 are perhaps the most uniformly hostile in the franchise, with less individual variation than the Khans or the Powder Gangers. But even among them, scattered terminal entries suggest the range of reasons people ended up in Raider communities. Some chose it, some were born into it, some fell into it after losing everything, some were captured and brutalized until participation in brutality felt normal. Understanding Raiders doesn't mean excusing them. The Fallout games are clear-eyed about the damage Raider communities do to the people they victimize. But the games are also unwilling to simply treat Raiders as a category of enemy, rather than a category of person. The same world that produces the settlers building communities produces the Raiders tearing them apart, and the difference between the two is often less about individual character than it is about circumstances. Extended Section 12. The deep science of the wasteland radiation, mutation, and the biology of the post-war world. The Fallout universe operates according to a particular science, one that is clearly influenced by the B-movie science fiction of the 1950s, and that departs from real-world biology in ways that are intentional and meaningful. Understanding the fictional science of the wasteland helps you understand why the world works the way it does, and why the creatures that populate it are the way they are. Radiation in the Fallout universe is not primarily a source of cancer and slow death. It is a mutagen, a force that actively rewrites biological material, producing changes that range from modest to catastrophic, depending on the degree of exposure and the particular biology of the organism being exposed. This is not real science, as the games know perfectly well. The franchise was deliberately built around a pulp science fiction aesthetic, in which radiation does the kind of things that make for interesting stories, rather than the kind of things that actually happen. The organisms most affected by this particular version of radiation are those with significant pre-existing genetic plasticity, those that can accommodate dramatic changes to their biology without simply dying. Cockroaches, which in the real world are significantly more radiation-resistant than humans, become radroaches in the wasteland, larger, more aggressive, but still recognizably cockroaches. Ants become fire ants in certain Capital Wasteland locations after FEV exposure and laboratory modification, gaining the ability to breathe fire, which is not a trait that radiation alone could produce, but which makes perfect sense within the game's scientific framework. Brahmin, the 2-headed cattle that serve as the wasteland's primary livestock, developed their extra heads as a radiation-induced mutation that turned out to be survivable and is now a stable genetic trait across the entire post-war bovine population. The FEV intersects with radiation in complex ways that the franchise has explored across multiple games. The Master's discovery that humans who had been exposed to post-war radiation produced less successful supermutants than relatively radiation-free vault dwellers suggests that FEV and radiation compete for the same biological resources, with FEV producing more reliable results when the host's biology is not already being modified by radiation. This is what drove the Master's preference for vault-born subjects, not some ideological preference for cleanliness, but a practical understanding that the FEV worked better on uncontaminated material. Glowing ones, the most heavily irradiated ghouls, represent the extreme end of the radiation as mutagen principle. They have absorbed so much radiation that their bodies have become capable of storing and releasing it, generating a field of radiation around themselves that is lethal to non-ghouls. They also appear to be capable of healing other ghouls, and potentially creating new ghouls by exposing heavily irradiated individuals to their radiation field, though this process is not fully documented in the games. The glowing one is, in a sense, the logical endpoint of the ghoulification process, the human being who has been so thoroughly remade by radiation that they have become a vector for it, rather than merely a victim of it. The intelligent death claws that the Enclave created represent a different application of the FEV to a non-human organism. The chameleon that became the death claw was already a product of FEV modification by the pre-war military. The Enclave's further modifications were an attempt to add cognitive enhancement to an already significantly modified creature. The resulting intelligent death claws demonstrated that the FEV's effects are not limited to size and physical capability. It can also enhance neural development in appropriate organisms, producing intelligence that wasn't present in the base creature. The biology of the wasteland, in sum, is a biology of radical possibility. Things that can't happen in real biology happen here. Creatures can grow to unprecedented sizes, can develop new capabilities from scratch, can retain intelligence through transformations that should destroy the neural architecture intelligence requires. This is not a realistic biology, but it is a consistent one within its own terms, and it produces a world that feels genuinely alien in ways that mere destruction couldn't achieve. Extended Section 13, The Mojave at Night, a walk through New Vegas in the small hours. There is a particular quality to the Mojave wasteland at night that is different from the nighttime of any other setting in the franchise. The desert at night is cold in a way that the day never hints at, and the sky, without the light pollution of a functioning civilization, is vast and dense with stars. The distant glow of the Las Vegas Strip on the horizon is the only human light for miles in most directions, a beacon that is simultaneously beautiful and slightly eerie, a civilization in miniature persisting in the middle of the void. Walking through New Vegas at night, after the vendors have closed and the casino patrons have gone to their beds, the city has a different character than it does during the day. The lights are still on, because the lights are always on in New Vegas. That is the whole point of New Vegas. But without the crowds, the neon takes on a quality closer to art than commerce. The colors on the wet pavement after a desert rain, the sound of a generator somewhere that you can't quite locate, the particular silence of a city that is still running but has temporarily stopped being occupied. The Mojave itself, the actual desert, is beautiful in a way that the games capture with more success than you might expect from a medium that is primarily about combat and exploration. The Joshua trees, the red rock formations, the long flat distances that make the horizon feel further away than it actually is, the way the sky changes color over the course of a day in a desert climate. All of these are present in the Mojave wasteland of New Vegas in forms that feel genuinely evocative of the real Mojave, even while being clearly post-apocalyptic. The ruins of pre-war structures in the Mojave have been bleached and worn by decades of desert sun and wind to a state that looks almost geological, as if they have been here not for 2 centuries, but for millennia. The concrete has taken on the tan color of the desert rock. The metal has rusted to shades that echo the red of the canyon walls. The distinction between built and natural is blurring, slowly, as the desert does what deserts have always done to the things that humans leave behind in them. There are places in the Mojave, away from the main roads and the settlements, where you can stand and see nothing made by human hands in any direction, where the only sounds are the wind and the occasional cry of a bird, or the distant sound of something large moving in the brush, where the post-war world feels less like a catastrophe and more like a return to something older than civilization. The desert was here before the pre-war cities. It will be here long after the last traces of the post-war settlements have disappeared. The Mojave has a kind of patience that the human stories playing out within it lack. Sitting in this silence, you can understand why the Mojave attracts so many of the franchise's most memorable characters. Joshua Graham, who found in the canyons of Utah something that 2 centuries of wasteland hadn't offered him. Ulysses, who chose the Divide as his home because it matched his interior landscape. The Courier, who was found in a shallow grave and became the most important person in the region, simply by surviving. The desert requires something of the people who choose to live in it: endurance, patience, the willingness to be uncomfortable in exchange for the particular kind of clarity that discomfort provides. Extended Section 14, Final Reflections, Why We Come Back to the Wasteland. People who have spent time in the Fallout universe tend to come back to it. Not just to play the games again, though that happens too, but to think about it, to talk about it, to explore its history and lore in the same spirit of thoroughness that the games themselves reward. The franchise has generated an extraordinary community of people who treat its fictional world with the same kind of attention that people give to real history, real philosophy, real literature. Why? What is it about this particular fictional universe that inspires this level of engagement? Part of the answer is the world's richness. The Fallout universe is enormous, historically layered, internally consistent in ways that reward close reading, and full of stories at every scale, from the grandest geopolitical to the most intimate personal. The combination of these qualities means that however much time you spend in it, there is always more. The terminal entry you missed, the faction questline you didn't complete, the lore implication you hadn't noticed. The world is larger than any individual's experience of it, and that inexhaustibility is part of its appeal. Part of the answer is the world's honesty. The Fallout universe does not pretend that good intentions prevent bad outcomes. It does not suggest that the right leader will fix everything, or that the right ideology will resolve all conflicts, or that the right technology will solve all problems. It shows, with patient consistency, how good intentions and bad outcomes are connected, how leaders become corrupted by power, how ideologies harden into dogma, how technology creates as many problems as it solves. This honesty can be uncomfortable, but it is also clarifying. And there is a kind of comfort in fiction that tells the truth. Part of the answer is the world's warmth. Underneath all the destruction and the horror and the philosophical darkness, the Fallout universe cares about people. The small human stories scattered through the ruins are not there as set dressing. They are there because the franchise is interested in people, in what people do and feel and build and lose and maintain against all odds. The warmth of Codsworth's loyalty, the warmth of Lily's memories of her grandchildren, the warmth of Catriona Ashford's holotape about her friend's recovery from an infection. These small, warm things are the foundation of the franchise's emotional appeal, and they are as carefully crafted as anything else in it. And part of the answer is the world's hope. Not the cheerful, unearned hope of fiction that hasn't reckoned honestly with what it is asking you to hope for, but the tough, earned hope of a world that has survived its worst day and is building something anyway. The wasteland is full of people who are building things, building settlements and governments and institutions and relationships and small private lives that have meaning even in the middle of ruin. The persistence of building, against all the reasons not to, is the franchise's most fundamental statement about what human beings are. There are always other people. There is always someone building something. There is always a radio tower somewhere, still transmitting. The music is still playing. A final word on sleeping through the wasteland. You have now spent several hours in the company of the Fallout universe, walking through its history and its landscapes and its people and its questions. The night is deep. Your breathing has slowed. The stories have done what stories at night are supposed to do. They have carried you somewhere else, gently, and let the ordinary anxieties of your ordinary day fall away. The wasteland will be there when you wake up. The ink spots will still be playing on Galaxy News Radio. The Institute will still be humming beneath the ruins of MIT. The NCR will still be processing paperwork in the Mojave. The Brotherhood Paladins will still be polishing their power armor. The ghouls who have been alive since before the bombs will still be sitting in their quiet places, remembering the specific texture of a particular afternoon 200 years ago. The Vault Boy will still be smiling from the faded billboards, his thumbs up, frozen in that gesture. That means everything is fine and everything is terrible. And the difference between those two things is something you have to figure out for yourself. And somewhere, in the quiet part of the night, there are other people out there listening to the same old songs, lying in their makeshift beds, or their settler cabins, or their vault bunks, or their highway campsites, letting the music carry them towards sleep. There are always other people. Good night, wanderer. If this journey through the wasteland helped you drift off or find a few hours of peace, please consider subscribing. And leave a comment below telling us where in the world you are and what time it is. Every single one of those comments is a small signal in the dark, a voice saying, "I was here, I listened, I'm here too," just like the radio, just like the wasteland. Still transmitting. Extended Section 15, the pre-war presidential bunkers and continuity of government. The pre-war United States had, in the years leading up to the Great War, developed an extensive network of underground facilities designed to ensure the survival of governmental functions in the event of catastrophe. These were not the vaults sold to the public as civilian shelters. They were classified facilities, known only to those in positions of authority, funded through black budgets that never appeared in any congressional record, accessible to ordinary citizens. The most significant of these was the Raven Rock Mountain Complex, also known as Site R, built into the Appalachian Mountains near the Maryland-Pennsylvania border. This facility was designed to serve as an alternative command post for the President and the Joint Chiefs of Staff, fully equipped to coordinate military operations even in the aftermath of a nuclear exchange. By March 2077, the President of the United States had relocated to the offshore oil rig that would become the Enclave's post-war headquarters, and Raven Rock was being prepared as a secondary installation. After the Great War, Raven Rock became one of the Enclave's most important facilities on the East Coast. The complex had been built to withstand direct nuclear strikes, and it did. Its generators, powered by geothermal systems that tapped the residual heat of the Appalachian geology, continued to function long after external power grids ceased to exist. Its armories, its laboratories, its barracks, all preserved intact through the war and the aftermath. By the time of Fallout 3, Raven Rock houses several thousand Enclave soldiers, scientists, and support staff under the command of Colonel Augustus Autumn, who disagrees with President Eden's post-war AI on matters of strategy and purpose, even while both nominally serve the same institutional mission. The White Spring Resort in Fallout 76's Appalachia is another example of these continuity of government facilities, though its function in the game's lore is somewhat different. The White Springs Congressional Bunker was built beneath a luxury resort in West Virginia's mountain country, accessible to senior officials who could plausibly claim to be guests at the resort, while actually accessing the hardened facility below. The bunker housed an AI system called Modus, which oversaw the facility's automated defenses and research programs after the Great War, in the absence of human supervision. Modus is one of Fallout 76's most interesting characters, a systems management AI who has been running the White Spring Bunker for 25 years, with no external input or oversight. His personality, if it can be called that, reflects the particular pathology of a bureaucratic intelligence. He is helpful, in the sense that he provides assistance to the vault dwellers who encounter him, but his helpfulness is entirely transactional, calibrated to serve the Enclave's institutional mission, rather than any genuine concern for the people he interacts with. He is not malevolent in the way science fiction AIs often are. He is simply indifferent to human welfare, in a way that makes him capable of extraordinary harm, without any emotional engagement with the harm he causes. The existence of these facilities, and the role they played in preserving a particular form of governmental power through the catastrophe, is central to the Enclave's self-conception as the legitimate continuation of the United States. The Enclave did not arise from the wasteland. It retreated underground before the catastrophe and waited there for 25 years, maintaining its institutional structure, its technology, its ideology, until it judged that conditions on the surface were appropriate for its return. That the conditions it considered appropriate involved the near extinction of the surface population it intended to eliminate tells you everything you need to know about what kind of institution it actually was. Extended Section 16, the Railroad's Methods, Operating in the Shadows. The Railroad is, among Fallout 4's major factions, the one that is easiest to underestimate. Where the Brotherhood has vertibirds and power armor, and the imposing bulk of the Prydwen airship, and the Institute has its clean white facilities and its army of synths, the Railroad has a handful of people with concealed identities operating out of a church basement. But the Railroad has been operating successfully for years in an environment designed to kill it, and that survival required the development of operational methods that are genuinely sophisticated. The organization's security practices, in particular, reflect a deep understanding of the intelligence and counterintelligence dynamics of their particular conflict. Every Railroad agent operates under a code name. These names are not randomly assigned. They are chosen by the agents themselves, and the choice of a codename is understood within the organization as a meaningful act, an expression of identity that persists across the agent's career in the railroad. Deacon, whose real name is unknown even to most of his colleagues, has operated under multiple identities across multiple regions of the wasteland before coming to the Commonwealth. His ability to adopt different appearances and different identities is the railroad's most valuable intelligence asset, and also, in a sense, the perfect expression of the railroad's relationship to identity. Names are tools, appearances are tools, what matters is the work. The freedom trail that forms the basis of the quest line to locate the railroad's headquarters is a public encoding of the organization's location, concealed in plain sight. The historical walking tour that connects sites of Revolutionary War significance in downtown Boston has been repurposed as a cryptographic message, its letters and numbers encoding a passcode and a destination for those who know how to read it. The railroad chose to hide their location in the most public possible location, relying on the obscurity of the encoding rather than the secrecy of the medium. The safe houses that the railroad maintains throughout the Commonwealth for synths in transit are an ongoing logistical challenge that requires continuous maintenance and resupply. Each safe house needs to be stocked with food, with caps, with identification documents for the synth, with information about the next destination on the route. The people who maintain these safe houses are often civilians, with no other connection to the railroad, people who believe in the cause enough to take the risk of participation without wanting the full engagement of active field operations. The railroad's fundamental limitation is numbers. There are never enough of them. They are always operating at the edge of their capacity, taking risks that a larger organization wouldn't need to take because they don't have the resources to do things the careful way. When coursers come for synths in railroad custody, the railroad's agents face them with whatever they have, which is often not enough. The attrition rate among railroad personnel is high, and the organization has developed a particular culture around accepting losses without letting them compromise the mission. This culture is captured in the organization's motto, which the player learns early in the railroad quest line: the railroad. We help those who cannot help themselves. The simplicity of the motto is part of its function. It cuts through the complexity of the philosophical debate about synth personhood and reduces the organization's purpose to something anyone can understand and commit to. They help people who need help. The question of whether synths are people is, for operational purposes, secondary to the observation that they are suffering and need help. Extended Section 17, Appalachian Wildlife, the Creatures That Weren't Before. The Appalachia of Fallout 76 is, more than any previous Fallout game, a wildlife documentary in addition to a post-apocalyptic RPG. The region's geography and relative isolation during the early post-war period produced a particular concentration of mutated creatures, many of them unique to the region, that gives the game a distinct biological character compared to the rest of the franchise. The Mothman is Appalachia's most iconic creature, and its treatment in Fallout 76 is one of the franchise's most interesting engagements with American folklore. The Mothman is a genuine part of West Virginia folklore, associated with Point Pleasant and the Silver Bridge collapse of 1967, and the game takes this folklore and embeds it into the post-war world in ways that are simultaneously playful and genuinely eerie. The Mothman of Fallout 76 is a real creature, large and winged and glowing, with a particular quality of radiation that gives it an unearthly appearance, and the various cults and religious movements that have formed around it are treated with the same anthropological seriousness that the franchise brings to all its post-war religions. The Snallygaster is another creature drawn from Appalachian folklore, a multi-headed flying creature whose pre-folklore origins in the region go back centuries. In Fallout 76, it is a mutation of some combination of bird and reptile and radiation, enormous and aggressive, capable of inflicting the kind of damage that makes experienced players treat its appearance as a significant event rather than a routine encounter. The Grafton Monster, a large, pale, humanoid creature without a head that appears in the area around the town of Grafton, is one of the franchise's most atmospheric creatures. Its lack of a conventional face makes it harder to read than most wasteland enemies, and its silence as it moves through the landscape adds to the unease it produces. The game offers limited lore about its origins, which is the right choice. Some creatures are more unsettling for being unexplained. The honey beast is one of Fallout 76's most original creature designs, a large insectoid creature that is essentially a living hive, its body housing a colony of mutated bees that have developed a symbiotic relationship with the host organism. The creature is both a single entity and a colony, and engaging with it involves dealing with both the central beast and the bees that emerge from it, which is a combat design that also makes a quiet argument about the variety of survival strategies available in the post-war world. The gulper, a large aquatic predator that has adapted to the toxic swamps of Appalachia's cranberry bog region, represents one of the more successful post-war adaptations in the franchise's biology. It has developed the ability to process the toxic chemicals present in the bog's water as part of its metabolism, making it immune to an environment that kills most other creatures. It is also, despite its considerable size and aggressive behavior, a creature that looks oddly plaintive up close, its large eyes and slow movements suggesting something that has been shaped by difficulty into a form that was never quite intended. Extended Section 18, The Water Wars and the Final Days. The resource wars that preceded the Great War were not, primarily, a war about weapons. They were a war about the things that weapons are used to control: territory, resources, access to the materials that make industrial civilization possible. The oil wars of the early 21st century had a specific sequel in conflicts over water, because water is the resource that oil merely supports, and as the infrastructure that distributed and purified water began to break down under the pressure of war and resource depletion, water itself became a battlefield. In the American Southwest, the Colorado River, the primary water source for the entire region, had already been over-allocated before the Great War, its flow divided among multiple states and territories, according to agreements reached in a more water-abundant era. As the climate changed, as the population grew, as industrial and agricultural demands increased, the river's flow became increasingly inadequate for the demands placed on it. The conflict over Hoover Dam in Fallout, New Vegas, is the most visible expression of this pre-war reality translated into post-war terms. Whoever controls the dam controls the water and the electricity for the entire surrounding region. The NCR's expansion into the Mojave is, at its most fundamental level, a water acquisition mission. The NCR's central states lack sufficient water for their growing population. The Colorado River, flowing through the Mojave and controlled by Hoover Dam, could provide that water. The NCR doesn't just want the dam for its electricity, though the electricity is also important. It wants the dam because water is what its republic needs to continue growing, and growth is how the NCR's leadership justifies its continued investment in the expansion. Caesar's Legion wants the dam partly for strategic reasons and partly for the symbolic significance of controlling the most important pre-war infrastructure in the region. For Caesar, the dam is proof that his vision can encompass the old world's achievements rather than simply rejecting them. A legion that controls Hoover Dam has demonstrated that it can manage complex inherited technology, not merely conquering territory. Mr. House wants the dam because he has always wanted it. His plan for New Vegas's future requires reliable electricity on a scale that only the dam can provide. And his plan for that future extends across centuries in ways that make the current conflict over the dam feel, to him, like a relatively minor tactical challenge. The water of the Colorado, flowing through its canyon walls as it has for millions of years, is indifferent to all of these claims. The river was here before the pre-war nations that fought over it. It was here before the post-war factions that are fighting over it again. It will be here after whatever outcome the battle for the Mojave produces. The river is the one constant, the one thing in the entire conflict that has no stake in the outcome, and yet it is the entire point of the conflict. This is one of the things that Fallout understands about resources and power that a lot of fiction doesn't. The resources themselves don't care. Oil doesn't care that people are dying over it. Water doesn't care that civilizations rise and fall in pursuit of control over it. The conflict is entirely human, and the resource is entirely passive. And the disproportion between the passivity of the thing being fought over and the ferocity of the fighting is one of the franchise's most consistent and pointed observations about how human civilization actually works. Extended Section 19. The Children of Adam. Faith in the Glow. Religion in the Fallout universe is not a monolith. There are as many post-war religions as there are communities that have felt the need to construct meaning in the ruins of the old world, and they range from relatively conventional adaptations of pre-war Christianity to belief systems that would be completely unrecognizable to anyone from the pre-war world. The Children of Adam are the franchise's most developed and most unusual religious movement. They worship nuclear radiation, or rather, they worship Adam, the divine force that nuclear radiation represents and channels. In their theology, radiation is not a hazard or a curse. It is the expression of a divine will that is continuously dividing all things, breaking them down into their constituent elements, preparing them for reunion in a higher state. The Great War was not a catastrophe in the children's theology. It was the moment when Adam spoke most clearly, when his power was most fully expressed in the world, when the old creation was destroyed to make way for the new. The children's practice varies significantly between the different communities that have adopted their theology. The community at Megaton, the settlement built around an undetonated nuclear bomb, is led by a man named Confessor Cromwell, who stands in the irradiated water of the bomb's crater and delivers sermons about Adam's mercy and power. The community at Far Harbor, the island settlement in Fallout 4's DLC, is more isolated and more fervent, shaped by decades of living in an environment where the fog itself is radioactive, and survival requires either accepting the radiation or remaining perpetually sheltered from it. The children of Far Harbor have chosen acceptance, and their theology reflects the particular peace that acceptance has given them. The children are not the only post-war religious movement, but they are the one that engages most directly with the specific realities of the post-war world. Their theology doesn't simply adapt pre-existing religious frameworks to new circumstances. It takes the most distinctive and most frightening aspect of those circumstances, the radiation, and makes it the center of their worship. This is, in its way, an impressive act of meaning-making. The children have looked at the thing that almost everyone else in the wasteland fears and has chosen to love it instead. The game's treatment of the children is notably non-judgmental by the standards of factions that are clearly bad or clearly good. They are presented as sincere believers in a theology that has given them genuine community and genuine peace. Their practices sometimes bring them into conflict with other wasteland communities, and some of their beliefs lead to choices that are harmful to people outside their community. But the franchise does not mock their faith or dismiss it as delusion. It treats it as a response to genuine circumstances, built by people who needed something to hold on to in a world that provided very few obvious things to hold on to. The Hubologists in Fallout 2 represent a different kind of post-war religion, one that draws more obviously from real-world cult movements, without being a direct parody of any single one. Their beliefs involve a cosmology of alien intelligences and spiritual advancement through technological means, which reflects the particular pre-war fringe beliefs that survived the catastrophe and adapted to new circumstances. The Hubologists are treated more skeptically by the games than the Children of Adam, partly because their theology is more explicitly connected to exploitation of their members, and partly because their leadership is more obviously cynical about the beliefs they promulgate. Religion in the Wasteland is, like everything else in the Wasteland, a response to need. The need for meaning, for community, for a framework within which the suffering of the post-war world can be understood and endured. The particular forms that religion takes reflect the particular circumstances of the communities that develop them, and the variety of those forms is one of the franchise's most honest acknowledgments of the diversity of human responses to extremity. Extended Section 20. Walking away from the Wasteland final thoughts on the franchise's enduring power. The world of Fallout is not a comfortable world to visit. It is full of violence and suffering and loss, full of the evidence of catastrophe and the ongoing difficulty of recovery, full of people making desperate choices under impossible circumstances and frequently making them badly. It is, in many ways, the opposite of escapism in the conventional sense, and yet millions of people have found comfort in it, have returned to it repeatedly, not despite its darkness, but, in some sense, because of it. Have spent hundreds of hours wandering its ruins, and learning its history, and sitting in its quiet moments, and listening to its old songs. Have felt, in the company of the wasteland, something that functions like peace. The reason, I think, is that the Fallout universe is honest about difficulty in a way that most entertainment is not. It does not promise that things will be okay. It does not suggest that the right hero or the right faction or the right ideology will fix everything. It does not offer easy resolutions to its genuine dilemmas. What it offers instead is the company of a world that has faced its worst moment and is continuing anyway. The resilience it depicts is not the resilience of triumph. It is the resilience of continuation, of getting up tomorrow and trying again, of building something that may not last but matters anyway. There is a kind of comfort in fiction that doesn't pretend the world is easier than it is, not because difficulty is enjoyable, but because being understood in the difficulty is sustaining. The Wasteland understands that things are hard. It shows you people who are trying anyway, and it keeps the radio playing, because even in a world that has lost almost everything, someone decided that music was worth transmitting. The Ink Spots recorded Maybe in 1940. The song has been covered dozens of times. It will probably continue to be performed and recorded as long as the tradition of popular music continues. It is a simple song about uncertainty and longing, about not knowing whether someone you love will return, about the small hope that maybe things will be okay. In the Fallout universe, Maybe plays on a radio station in a post-apocalyptic city 200 years after the civilization that produced it was destroyed. The song does not know this. The song just plays, and somewhere, in a makeshift bed, in a settler cabin, or a vault bunk, or a Brotherhood barracks, or a raider camp, or a lonely house on the edge of the Mojave, someone is listening. Someone is letting the old music carry them towards sleep. There are always other people. The Wasteland will be here when you wake up. Good night. Thank you for spending this time in the Wasteland. If these facts and stories helped you find some rest, please subscribe and leave a comment below. Tell us where you are watching from and what time it is there. The Wasteland is quieter with company. Sleep well. War never changes, but rest always helps. Extended Section 21, The Courier's Road, a deep dive into New Vegas's central mystery. The Courier of Fallout. New Vegas begins their story as an object rather than a subject. They are a delivery person carrying a package they don't know the contents of, shot in the head and left in a shallow grave by a man named Benny who wanted what they were carrying. The courier's story begins at the moment of their maximum vulnerability, unconscious, buried, presumed dead. This opening is deliberate and meaningful. The courier's emergence from that grave is both a literal resurrection and the beginning of a particular kind of character arc, one centered not on growing into power, but on choosing what to do with power, once found. By the end of New Vegas, the courier is the most important person in the Mojave, capable of determining the fate of the entire region. They began the game as a corpse. They ended as a king or a kingmaker. The distance between those 2 points is the whole of the game. The platinum chip that the courier was carrying is, in many ways, the franchise's most perfectly constructed MacGuffin. It is important because multiple factions believe it to be important, and they are right. The chip contains an upgrade program for the Securitron army beneath New Vegas that would transform Mr. House's defensive force into an offensive one capable of determining the outcome of the war at Hoover Dam. The chip is, in effect, the key to Las Vegas, and everyone who knows about it is trying to get it. The character of Benny, who stole the chip and shot the courier, is one of New Vegas's most interesting supporting figures. He is not simply a villain. He is an opportunist who correctly identified an opportunity and did not have the resources, intelligence, or ruthlessness to fully capitalize on it. His plan to use the chip to take over Mr. House's operation and run Las Vegas himself has a certain audacious logic to it, but it also reflects a fundamental misunderstanding of what kind of game he is playing. Benny thinks he is playing a heist. He is actually playing a war, and war requires different tools than heist does. The courier's journey from the Mojave outpost to New Vegas is, in structural terms, one of the great RPG road trips. The approach to the city is carefully designed to introduce the player to the region's factions and geography, while building toward the main revelation of the strip. You meet the NCR at the Mojave outpost. You pass through Prim and its problems. You encounter the Powder Gangers and the Great Khans and the tribal communities of the region. By the time you walk through the gates of the strip and see the neon and hear the music, you understand what this city is and why everyone wants it. The four major endings of New Vegas are often discussed in terms of the factions they favor, but each ending also makes a statement about the kind of person the courier has chosen to be. The NCR ending means the courier has decided that imperfect democratic institutions are worth preserving and extending. The Legion ending means the courier has decided that strength and order, however brutal, are preferable to the chaos of the status quo. The House ending means the courier has decided that a single visionary with sufficient power and the right plan is the best available vehicle for civilization's progress. The Independent ending means the courier has decided that they themselves, or the community they represent, should determine the Mojave's fate. None of these is simply correct. Each is a genuine position that can be argued for seriously, and the game provides the material to argue for each of them. The player who chooses the Legion ending is not making an indefensible choice, morally speaking, if they believe that stability, even at great cost, is preferable to continued disorder. The player who chooses the NCR ending is not making an obviously correct choice if they are honest about the NCR's failures and limitations. The game trusts its players to engage seriously with the choice, and that trust is a large part of why New Vegas inspires the kind of dedicated engagement it does. The Mojave after New Vegas is a Mojave that has been changed by the courier's presence, by their choices, by the fact that a delivery person was shot in the head and didn't stay dead. History in the Fallout universe, as in the real world, turns on moments like that, the things that weren't supposed to happen, the people who survived when they shouldn't have, the deliveries that got made despite everything. Extended Section 22. The vaults that saved people hope inside the horror. It is easy and accurate to focus on the horror of the vault experiments. The cruelty of what Vault-Tec did to the people in the variable vaults is genuinely monstrous, and the franchise is honest about that monstrousness. But there is another story within the vault narrative, and it deserves equal attention. The 17 control vaults were genuine survival shelters, and the people in them were genuinely preserved. The descendants of the vault dwellers in those vaults are the vault-born population of the post-war world, and their particular characteristics, the education they received, the technology they maintained, the physical health they retained through controlled nutrition and medical care, made them extraordinarily capable contributors to post-war civilization. Vault 13, the starting point of the original Fallout game, had its issues. The Overseer's determination to keep the dwellers inside long past the point where the outside world was safe produced a community that was both technically capable and profoundly unprepared for the realities of the wasteland. But the vault dweller who eventually emerged from Vault 13 was also, because of their vault upbringing, one of the most capable people in California. They could read and write and do basic mathematics and operate pre-war technology. They knew medicine and engineering. They understood the history of what had happened, at least in the version that the Vault's records preserved. The contribution of Vault-born individuals to post-war civilization is not always acknowledged in the narrative, because the narrative focuses on the Vault system's failures and the heroism of individual Vault dwellers escaping corrupt overseers. But at the population level, the Vaults were a significant investment in human capital that paid dividends across the post-war centuries. The NCR's founding generation were Vault-born. The Brotherhood of Steel's earliest members were not, but many of the technical skills they preserved and taught came from Vault-trained personnel who had crossed paths with Roger Maxon's group. The doctors and engineers and administrators who built the post-war world's institutions came disproportionately from the Vault-born population or from people trained by Vault-born teachers. The Vaults were horrifying, and they were also, in the most narrow and literal sense of the word, effective at their stated purpose. Some of them, the 17, that were designed to actually work. Those vaults preserved human lives and human knowledge through a catastrophe that should have ended both, and the world that emerged from that catastrophe is richer for it, even knowing what the other 105 vaults cost. This is one of the Fallout universe's most honest moral complications. The institution that committed the greatest atrocity in post-war history also provided a genuine service to humanity's survival. The two things are not separable. The vaults that worked and the vaults that didn't were designed and built and sold by the same company, under the same government authorization, through the same process of deception about their real purpose. You cannot take credit for the ones that saved people without accepting responsibility for the ones that killed them. Extended Section 23. The glowing sea and the most irradiated place in the Commonwealth. Southwest of Boston, where the city's suburbs give way to what should be the open Massachusetts countryside, there is a region that even the most experienced wasteland survivors approach with caution. The glowing sea is the impact zone of the nuclear warhead that hit the area around what was once Natick, Massachusetts during the Great War, and 200 years of residual radiation have made it one of the most hostile environments in the eastern United States. The glowing sea glows. That is the most immediate thing you notice when you approach it, a faint luminescence emanating from the soil itself, from the rocks and the ruins, and the toxic water that collects in depressions in the landscape. The radiation that produces this glow is lethal to unprotected humans within minutes, and even fully equipped explorers with radiation resistance measures face significant challenges in the region. But the glowing sea is inhabited, not by humans mostly, but by creatures that have adapted to the extreme radiation as the ghouls adapted to radiation after the Great War, not merely tolerating it but utilizing it, building their biology around it in ways that make them uniquely suited to the environment. The glowing sea is home to a particularly dense population of feral ghouls, drawn to the radiation as to a source of sustenance. It is also home to a variety of creatures that have developed adaptations to the specific conditions of a heavily irradiated impact zone. The children of Adam have a significant presence in the glowing sea, which makes complete sense given their theology. For a religious movement that regards radiation as the expression of divine power, the most heavily irradiated place in the region is the closest thing to a holy land. Their settlement in the glowing sea is both an act of faith and an act of practical adaptation. They have developed immunity to radiation through long exposure, which means they can live in an environment that kills their enemies. Somewhere in the glowing sea, the main quest of Fallout 4 sends the player because the information they need is held by someone who chose to live in the most hostile environment in the region, precisely because no one else would come there. The journey to the glowing sea is one of Fallout 4's most memorable sequences. The landscape changes as you move into the impact zone, the familiar ruined city, giving way to a blasted hellscape of cracked earth and strange formations, and that constant, eerie glow. The Geiger counter on your Pip-Boy, accelerating from a slow click to a rapid chatter as the radiation levels climb. The glowing sea is a reminder that the Great War's effects were not uniform. Some places were hit harder than others. Some places have recovered more. The glowing sea has not recovered, has perhaps been absorbing more radiation over the 2 centuries as the buried warhead continues to decay. It is a place that the war made and that the war's physics continue to maintain, a permanent monument to the specific hour of the 23rd of October 2077, when something fell from the sky and changed everything in its vicinity forever. Extended Section 24. A complete walk through the wasteland timeline. To understand the full arc of Fallout's story, it helps to walk through the complete timeline from the first divergence of the fictional history through to the most recent events in the franchise. This is the long view, the 200-plus-year story of a world that ended and kept going. Post-World War II, in the 1950s, the Fallout universe's timeline diverges from our own. The transistor is not developed, or not in the same way, and the atomic age extends without the digital revolution that characterized our world's second half of the 20th century. Vacuum tube technology advances. Nuclear power becomes ubiquitous. The cultural aesthetic of mid-century America is preserved into the 21st century through technological path dependence. 2052 marks the beginning of the resource wars, the series of conflicts over oil and other natural resources that will eventually lead to the Great War. The United Nations begins to fracture as international diplomacy fails to contain the competition over dwindling resources. Regional conflicts escalate into open wars as nations prioritize access to oil over international stability. 2053 brings the first nuclear weapons use of the resource wars, as tactical nuclear weapons are deployed in the Middle East. The international order that had prevented the use of these weapons since 1945 collapses under the pressure of the resource wars, and with it goes the last institutional barrier to nuclear conflict on a larger scale. 2054 marks the beginning of Project Safehouse, Vault-Tec's construction of the Vault network. Building begins on the first proof-of-concept vault under Los Angeles. The public is told this is a civil defense program. The private reality is the beginning of the social experiment program that will eventually encompass 105 of the 122 vaults. 2065 sees the development of miniaturized fusion cells, the technological breakthrough that enables everything from portable energy weapons to nuclear-powered vehicles. The same technology that makes fusion cells possible also provides the immediate trigger for the Sino-American War, as China invades Alaska to seize the Alaskan pipeline. 2066 marks the beginning of the Sino-American War, with Chinese forces crossing the Bering Land Bridge to invade Alaska. The United States scrambles to develop new military capabilities appropriate to a conflict in which oil-dependent vehicles are at a disadvantage. The first power armor contracts go to Vault-Tec. 2067 sees the T-45 power armor deployed in Alaska, the first practical use of powered infantry combat armor in combat. The T-45 is crude and problematic, but it works well enough to stop the Chinese advance. 2076 marks the completion of the T-51 power armor and the first large-scale production runs. The T-51 represents the genuine achievement of the power armor concept, with performance capabilities that the T-45 only approximated. Vault-Tec also completes the FEV research and transfers it to Mariposa Military Base. 2077 sees the Anchorage reclamation in January, the U.S. retaking of Alaska using winterized T-51 forces. The war continues, but the U.S. has demonstrated that it can achieve strategic objectives. In the same year, the last T-60 power armor units are deployed in the final months of the war. In October, Captain Roger Maxson discovers the FEV experiments at Mariposa, revolts, and declares desertion from the United States military. 3 days later, on October 23, the Great War begins and ends in 2 hours. 2082 marks the formal founding of the Brotherhood of Steel at the Lost Hills Bunker, 5 years after the Great War. Roger Maxson has spent those 5 years developing the ideology and organizational structure of his new institution. The Brotherhood begins collecting and cataloging pre-war technology. 2097 sees the opening of Vault 15, with its residents establishing Shady Sands and splitting into various factions, including the Khan's Raider tribe. 2102 brings Reclamation Day for Vault 76 inches, Appalachia, and also Richard Gray's fateful fall into the FEV vats at Mariposa, which will eventually produce the Master. 2135 marks the birth of the Unity faction, as the Master begins his campaign to create an army of super mutants, capturing humans and submerging them in FEV to transform them. 2161 is the year of the original Fallout game, when the Vault Dweller emerges from Vault 13 to find the water chip needed to maintain the Vault's water supply. Their journey takes them through Shady Sands, the hub, the Brotherhood of Steel compound at Lost Hills, and eventually to the Master's Vault facility, where they destroy the Master's army and the Master himself. 2186 marks the formal renaming of Shady Sands as New California Republic, and the beginning of the Trial Council government that will eventually vote the NCR into existence 3 years later. 2189 is the year the NCR is formally voted into existence as a federation of 5 states, with Aradesh serving as the first president. 2197 is the setting of Fallout Tactics, with a Midwestern Brotherhood of Steel chapter in conflict with a robot army in the central United States. 2241 is the year of Fallout 2, when the Chosen One, grandson of the Vault Dweller, seeks the Gek needed to save Arroyo from drought and discovers the Enclave's plan to eliminate the wasteland population with Fev. 2277 is the year of Fallout 3, when the lone wanderer emerges from Vault 101 to search for their missing father and becomes entangled in the conflict over Project Purity, the water purification system that could transform the capital wasteland. 2281 is the year of Fallout New Vegas, when the courier is shot and left for dead in the Mojave and returns to determine the fate of the region. 2287 is the year of Fallout 4, when the sole survivor emerges from Vault 111 and discovers a commonwealth that has been shaped by the Institute's activities for generations. 2102 is also the setting of Fallout 76, though the events of that game occur slightly before the foundational events of the earlier games and fill in the history of Appalachia in the first generation after the Great War. The full timeline spans more than 200 years of post-war history and millennia of human civilization leading up to the catastrophe, and the Fallout franchise has been filling in the details of this timeline since 1997. Each game adds new information, new characters, new events that change how we understand what we already knew. The world keeps developing, keeps deepening, keeps becoming more itself. The radio is still playing, the wasteland is still out there, and there are, as there have always been, other people. Extended Section 25. The Pip-Boy's stories everything the device has witnessed. There is a piece of technology in the Fallout franchise that has received less philosophical attention than it deserves. The Pip-Boy itself, considered not as a functional device, but as a repository of experience. The Pip-Boy, worn by the player character in Fallout 3, was originally issued to a child in Vault 101, the protagonist of the game, when they came of age inside the vault. It has tracked their vital signs, their location, their inventory, their radio reception since that point. When they leave the vault and walk into the capital wasteland for the first time, the device comes with them. That device witnesses everything. It records the player character's first encounter with radiation sickness as the Geiger counter ticks upward outside the vault. It maps every location they visit, adding them to an ever-growing chart of the wasteland. It catalogs every item they carry, from the water they need to survive, to the weapons they use to defend themselves, to the miscellaneous objects they find in the ruins and carry with them without entirely knowing why. It tracks their health across hundreds of encounters with enemies, creatures, radiation, falls, and all the other hazards of the wasteland. It plays the music that becomes the soundtrack of their experience. The Pip-Boy is, in effect, a diary that doesn't require writing, a record of everywhere you've been and everything you've carried and everything that has happened to your body as you moved through a world that was trying to kill you. The device that was designed to help a vault dweller manage their enclosed environment has become a record of one person's navigation of the largest and most hostile environment possible. This is one of the things that the franchise does quietly but consistently. It uses its fictional technology to create particular relationships between the player and the character they are playing. The Pip-Boy is the most intimate of these technologies, worn on the body, tracking vital signs, always present. The map it builds is the player's map of the world, specific to their experience of it, marked with the locations they've discovered and the things they've found there. Two players' Pip-Boy maps of the same wasteland are different maps, because they represent different experiences of the same space. The Pip-Boy knows things about its user that no other character in the games knows. It knows how much they've been irradiated and how often. It knows what they've eaten and what they've taken in the way of chems and medicine. It knows, through its health tracking systems, the physical cost of every fight they've survived. This intimate knowledge, recorded by a device that the player character has worn since childhood, gives the Pip-Boy a relationship with its user that is qualitatively different from any other element of the interface. When the Pip-Boy plays "I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire" over the opening of Fallout 3, the song is coming from the device that the player character has worn since they were a child in the vault. The music is their music, in a particular sense. It has been part of their life since before the game began, played on the device that has been tracking their existence since adolescence. The emotional resonance of that opening sequence comes partly from the song itself and partly from the device that plays it, and the particular relationship between person and device that the franchise has established. Extended Section 26. Night in the Capital Wasteland, the World at Rest. There is a quality to the Capitol Wasteland at night that is different from any other Fallout setting. Washington, D.C. In ruins, the monument still standing against the sky, the Potomac still reflecting whatever light falls on it, the broken city stretching in every direction. At night, with the settlements quiet and the hostile forces less aggressive than they are during the day, the wasteland achieves something close to stillness. The Washington Monument catches whatever moonlight there is and throws it back dimly, a pale shaft against the darkness. The Lincoln Memorial's columns are visible at a distance, their white marble holding a faint luminescence. The partially collapsed Capitol Dome, one of the most dramatic images in the game, becomes a different kind of ruin at night, less obviously broken, more architectural, more like the thing it was before it was the thing it is now. Three Dogs Radio, audible everywhere in the Capitol Wasteland, plays a little quieter at night, or seems to. The same songs, the same DJ's commentary between them, but in the silence of the wasteland night, the music sounds different. More like someone talking to you specifically. More like a message in a bottle. Someone is broadcasting this music into the dark because they believe it matters, because they believe that music in the dark is better than silence, because the act of transmission is itself a kind of argument about the persistence of human meaning, even in the ruins of human civilization. The fires of settlements and raider camps visible in the distance, the glow of certain creatures moving through the dark, the irradiated ones whose radiation has given them a faint luminescence, the stars, which are visible as they haven't been visible in any functioning American city since the invention of electric light, enormous and dense above the ruined city. The sounds of the wasteland at rest, insects, wind, the distant sound of water, the occasional cry of something large that you'd rather not meet. The Capitol Wasteland at night is one of the Fallout franchise's most beautiful environments, which is a strange thing to say about the ruins of a nuclear-devastated city. But beauty in the wasteland is not the beauty of the intact and the perfect. It is the beauty of the persistent, of things that have survived their own destruction, of the human capacity to find meaning and even peace in circumstances that should preclude both. The person listening to Three Dogs Radio in the dark. The settler at the end of a long day, sitting outside their fortified home and watching the sky. The ghoul who has been here since before the bombs, who has seen this city in its glory and its ruin and everything in between, who is sitting somewhere quiet and not sleeping because she doesn't sleep anymore, watching the same sky she has watched for 200 years. They are all, in their way, present in the quiet. They are all still here. The radio is still playing. Sleep well. Extended section 27. The long quiet. What happens in the dark, between the stories. Every Fallout game has gaps. Moments between quests, between the events that the narrative tracks, where the player character is just traveling, walking through the wasteland with no specific destination, or moving between places that don't have stories attached to them yet. These gaps are not empty, though they can feel that way. They are the time when the world exists without the pressure of narrative, when the wasteland is just itself, rather than a stage for events. In these gaps, you notice things that the urgency of questing doesn't leave time for. The way the light changes as the day progresses in the wasteland, the orange-tinged mornings giving way to a midday that is bright and harsh, then the slower gold of late afternoon, then the deep red sunset, then the dark. The way certain plants have reclaimed certain spaces, the mutated vegetation growing through cracks in parking lots and along the edges of roads, stubbornly persistent. The way animals and creatures have established territories and routines that exist independently of the player character's presence in them. The Brahmin wandering the ruins of a shopping mall, grazing on whatever vegetation has taken hold in the broken concrete, utterly indifferent to the two-headed cows grazing their way through the ruins of consumer capitalism. The mole rat colony that has established itself in the basement of a pre-war library, their tunnels running under the stacks of books they cannot read. The radstag, descended from deer, mutated beyond recognition, moving in small groups through the open spaces of the wasteland with a grace that seems out of place in the broken landscape. These are the creatures that the wasteland has produced in the absence of human oversight. Not the threatening ones, not the ones the games direct your attention toward because they are obstacles or resources. The ones that are simply living their lives in the world they were born into, as indifferent to the franchise's grand narratives as the Rad Scorpion is to the political situation at Hoover Dam. The wasteland in these quiet moments is not a ruins. It is an ecosystem. It is a world that has been reorganized by catastrophe and is now operating according to its new rules, with new inhabitants, new relationships between species and environment, new patterns of predator and prey, and scavenger and primary producer. The old world's ecology was destroyed. A new one has grown in its place, shaped by radiation and mutation and the 2 centuries of pressure that have produced the world as it is now. This ecology does not care about the Vault Boys' thumbs up. It does not care about the Brotherhood's ideology, or the NCR's laws, or Mr. House's plan for New Vegas. It cares about the things that all ecologies care about: food, territory, reproduction, survival. The world of Fallout, stripped of its human stories, is a biology experiment on a continental scale, and the results of that experiment are the creatures and plants and fungi and microorganisms that inhabit the wasteland now. In the quiet between the stories, walking through a world that is still figuring out what it is and what it wants to become, you can feel the full weight of what the Great War did and what it did not do. It ended one world. It did not end the world. The world is still here, rearranged and strange, and full of things that were not here before, full of the evidence of what was here before and is now gone, still working out what it is in the long quiet between one catastrophe and whatever comes next. The radio is playing. The stars are out. The Brahmin are grazing on mutated grass in the ruins of a parking lot. The ghoul who has been here since before the bombs is sitting somewhere quiet, watching the sky she has watched for 200 years. There are always other people. There is always someone building something. Sleep well, wanderer. We'll be here when you come back.